Good afternoon, you're watching BR24 live, covering this year's Munich Security Conference taking place at the Hotel Bayerischer Hof in the heart of Munich, Germany, Bavaria, you know, where also the Oktoberfest is taking place. And the main stages program will start momentarily. So let's needle pin in this. My name is Dominik Posage and you're watching BR24 live.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Christoph Weiske.
Herr Bundespräsident, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friend. Welcome to this year's Munich Security Conference. Before we start, I would like us all to take a few seconds of silence for the victims of yesterday's dreadful car attack here in Munich. As you know, the Munich Security Conference is deeply connected to the city of Munich, and our thoughts and solidarity goes out to those affected by this tragedy and to their families. Thank you very much. Since Ewald von Kleist 61 years ago organized the first conference, US presence at the MSC has always been a defining feature. It's my pleasure to again this year welcome a strong US delegation. It was also Ewald von Kleist who later on put Europe on the agenda. Today, it's no longer a nice-to-have. Today, it's a must-have. Europe is expected to play a key role in security, and I'm happy that we can welcome today the EU leadership. Horst Teltschik, the MSC's second chairman, after the fall of the Iron Curtain, included Russia. But the end of history didn't happen. Putin destroyed the European security architecture. He chose confrontation over cooperation. And unfortunately, during the coming days, we have to once again deal with Putin's war against Ukraine. I warmly welcome the Ukrainian delegation. The third MSC chairman, Wolfgang Ischinger, opened up the MSC to a broader understanding of security. The conference now addresses climate, energy, health, food, cyber, AI, and disinformation. I'm deeply convinced that the many problems we are confronted with today warrant a global response. This is why I'm very happy that the MSC has become a truly global conference with many leaders from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And a special welcome to all of you. We have raised the number of representatives from these continents on our podiums to 30%. And by the way, I kept my promise, and for the third year in a row, there are 50% women on our stages. The MSC's motto is peace through dialogue, and I hope that you will all use this conference to try and contribute to achieving this objective. Dialogue is needed more than ever in view of a record number of ongoing conflicts, from Sudan to Ukraine to Haiti to Somalia, the DRC and Myanmar. In the Middle East, the ceasefire is hanging by a thread. To contribute to the objective of lasting peace, the MSC has established a dedicated Middle East consultation group with participants from the region. Our Munich Security Report discusses the theme of multipolarization. Multi, because we are debating about the number of political poles this world has, about the domestic polarization we face, and about the question if there is one or are there multiple international orders. My view is very clear. Our debates and the solution to the many problems we face have to be based on one ordering principle, the rule of law. For Germany's first Chancellor, Konrad Adenauer, the most important objectives were peace and the rule of law. In this respect, the German Constitution has been extremely successful. On the European level, when we have differences, we no longer go to war, but to the European Union in Brussels and the European Court of Justice in Luxembourg. On a global scale, after the horrors of World War II, world leaders were also committed to the rule of law. They enshrined their commitment in the Charter of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The UN Security Council, the General Assembly, the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, and many more institutions were established to safeguard the rule of law. I'm convinced there is no better alternative in sight. So this conference will be about peace through dialogue, but also about the imperative that the pursuit of peace through dialogue is based on the rule of law and not on the rule of the strongest. When opening my first two conferences, I recognized personalities who have made a difference in advancing the rule of law, democracy, freedom, and human rights. 2 years ago, it was Javier Solana. Last year, it was George Soros. And this year, I want to recognize a friend of the MSC, a supporter, very important, of Bayern Munich, but more importantly, someone who has done more than anyone else to promote and revitalize Jewish life in Germany, to promote reconciliation and resist polarization, and that is Charlotte Knobloch, a Holocaust survivor, for years president of the Central Council of Jews in Germany and vice president of the World Jewish Committee. I was deeply moved when I paid a visit to your wonderful synagogue on 9th October 2023. Charlotte Knobloch. I would like to express my gratitude to all our supporters and partners who make this conference possible. The State of Bavaria, the City of Munich, the Federal Ministry of Defense, and the people of Munich who have endured and are enduring our blocking of parts of the city, our generous business and foundation partners, our host broadcaster, Bayerischer Rundfunk, who will be broadcasting the conference live on BR24, and last but not least, the wonderful MSC staff. It is now my honor to introduce to you for the opening speech the German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier. Mr. President, you stood here 11 years ago as Foreign Minister and urged Germany's political establishment to assume more international responsibility. 5 years ago, you joined the MSC as Federal President and made a strong pledge for the international rule of law and European unity. What will be your message today, 1 week ahead of German elections? Mr. President, thank you very much for joining us.
Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, über der Stadt München liegt heute ein dunkler Schatten.
A dark shadow has been cast over the city of Munich. Yesterday, An attacker has inflicted serious wounds on 36 people, amongst them a child. I've just visited the scene of the attack, and I'd like to convey my deepest sympathy to the people affected and their relatives. And I'd like to thank you for having spent a minute to commemorate what happened here in this hall a minute ago. Christoph Heusgen, honored guests from around the world, I bid you a very warm welcome to the 61st Munich Security Conference. Most of you, as I cast a look around, are not here for the first time. Many of you return every year when the international security community gathers in Munich at the height of winter and the cold season. You're all familiar, I trust, with the close-knit atmosphere here in this hall and the occasional squeeze in the busy corridors, an ambience that lends this conference its unique character year after year and that I've experienced myself. At the outset, my hope is that we make full use of this special gathering for respectful dialogue, for fresh ideas, and for forging new connections. We need all of these things, especially in these turbulent times. I extend my sincere gratitude to the Bavarian Minister President and the Lord Mayor of Munich for their proverbial hospitality in hosting us here. And I'd like to thank the organizers for their planning and organization, for curating the agenda, and for bringing together such a diverse and distinguished group of guests. And I wish to express my particular gratitude to Christoph Heusgen. Thank you, Mr. Heusgen, not only for leading the Munich Security Conference in recent years, but also for devoting an entire career to our country and to our diplomatic service. For this, I extend my sincere thanks as Federal President. Dear guests, the point was made a minute ago. 5 years ago was the last time I had the opportunity to open the Munich Security Conference. And the changes that have happened in the world could be hardly more dramatic. Changes that could well warrant an hours-long keynote speech, yet with some reluctance, I have to say, I will forego such an address and instead outline 4 key theses that I believe are critical to our foreign and security policy in the coming years, matters that are particularly close to my heart. My first point is, Germany will remain a reliable partner. You can count on us. And I feel compelled to begin with this point, even though some may consider it self-evident. This conference, as Mr. Heusgen indicated, is taking place at a pivotal moment for my country. In just 9 days, Germans will elect a new parliament, more than 6 months ahead of schedule. In a country where stability is a given and meticulous planning is cherished, such an event is unusual. But rest assured, it is no cause for concern. To our partners and friends, I say this clearly: German foreign and security policy will remain European, transatlantic, and multilateral. Even in a period of political transition, we will continue to pursue our interests, seek solutions, and broaden our international partnerships. And let me be absolutely clear. Europe plays a pivotal role in our policy and will continue to do so. Whatever its composition, the next federal government must conduct its work in a manner that respects and promotes European unity. From my own experience, I can say that European policy rarely results from prescribed consensus. Rather, it is forged through the search for and expansion of common ground. And though, ladies and gentlemen, this may remain a demanding task, let me assure you, Germany will continue to be a passionate advocate for Europe in the future too. My second point is that we heard the wake-up call loud and clear. We got the message. 24th of February 2022 marked a watershed moment, the day on which Russia in breach of international law, invaded Ukraine, the day on which Putin reduced Europe's security order to rubble. For 3 years now, Ukrainians have been fighting day after day for their country and for their freedom. For those 3 years, Germany has stood beside them, providing humanitarian, financial, and above all military support as the world's second-largest donor after the United States. And after these 3 years, I can say Europe has heard the wake-up call, and so has my country. Germany has significantly increased its expenditure on security, by the way, backed by a large majority in Parliament and among the public. We understand it was necessary, but we also know that this is no cause for complacency. Expenditure on security must continue to rise. Our Bundeswehr, our armed forces must become stronger, not to wage war, but to prevent war. As threats increase, our ability to defend against those threats must keep pace. The 2% target, which we formally agreed in Wales in 2014, belongs to another era that was confronted with different threats. In a decade on, we will need to spend considerably more than was agreed back then. There's no way around this. And any future government in Germany will have to provide the necessary financial scope it requires. My country has been a member of NATO for 70 years. I believe we Germans should not merely look back nostalgically, grateful for 7 decades of security. No. As I see it, we must ask ourselves what we owe NATO today, so that in another 70 years, it will still be able to defend freedom and security. Yes, we got the message. We need balanced burden sharing between Europe and the United States. NATO must stand on 2 equally strong pillars if it is to remain valuable to both sides. I am confident that my country will do its part. Naturally, ladies and gentlemen, this discussion is not just about increasing European troop levels, but also about reducing the American troop presence in Europe. I talked about this earlier today with Vice President Vance. And I told him that regardless of what your decision may be, discuss it with us. We share that objective, so let us coordinate the path to achieving it. In any case, none of us can have an interest in weakening NATO's capabilities in the short term or in questioning the alliance in the long term. Such an alliance, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, such an alliance born of the strength of democracies in the 20th century could not be founded again in the 21st century by anyone, not even the United States. And I continue to be convinced that even the strongest countries, including the United States, will need allies in this century. Shared strength. That is precisely what matters now for Ukraine as well, as I see it. President Trump has spoken with President Putin and President Zelenskyy, and I'm certain that possible paths to ending the war will also be at the heart of discussions and the many engagements here in the corridors in Munich. That outcome, an end to this war, is what we all hope for. How this war concludes will have a lasting impact on our security order and also on the influence of both Europe and the United States in the world. Well, please, feel free. Don't be shy. I firmly believe that simply making a deal and leaving would weaken us all, Ukraine and Europe, but also the United States. And for this very reason, every scenario, be it before or after the end of fighting, requires our combined power of deterrence and strength. And that is why in every scenario, support for Ukraine must continue, namely from Europe and the United States. The third point is particularly important to me. Despite all the upheavals, I still believe in the international community. Diplomacy is not a cage fight. Dazed, with our eyes fixed on the White House, each morning's news since 20th of January has left everyone wondering, what is next and who is next? Not only does all of this feed the online outrage apparatus, it also has real consequences. I happened to be in Jordan last week on the very morning President Trump announced a plan to relocate Palestinians from Gaza into the neighboring countries. And on the streets of Amman, I could feel people's naked fear for their very existence and the very existence of their country. And I do not intend to comment and evaluate in detail every single announcement and every plan made public in recent days. Rather, I direct an appeal to us, the representatives of the international community of states represented here in this hall, and I ask us, how will it change the character of international politics? Might the next 4 years not only transform the relationship between the United States and other countries, but also the relationships among states themselves? Will the international community as a whole sustain damage? My answer, a simple one, but I believe it to be the right one. It is up to us. We are subjects, not objects in the international order. We must not allow ourselves to be paralyzed by the flood of announcements. We must not freeze in fear, or as the English saying goes, let's not be deers caught in the headlights. It is clear that the new American administration holds a worldview that is very different from our own. One that shows no regard for established rules, for partnerships that have grown over a long time, and for the trust that has been built over time. We cannot change that. We have to accept it, and we will deal with it. But I'm convinced that it is not in the interest of the international community for this worldview to become the dominant paradigm. The absence of rules must not become the guiding principle of a new world order, ladies and gentlemen. It must not become the guiding principle of a new world order, because that would mean abandoning our civilization's most crucial achievement laid down 80 years ago in the Charter of the United Nations, which would never have come to being without the ardent support of the United States. If we were to abandon this, we would only be playing into the hands of others, such as Russia and China, and all those countries that have been violating laws and undermining rules for years, precisely because they seek to dismantle this very achievement. And that is nothing new. Some of you may say, and it is right, it does make a difference. Yes, there is a difference when the world's leading democracy and global power says, we can do without rules. And that is why my appeal is this. Let us stand by what serves us best. And I continue to believe that cooperation serves us, that partnerships and alliances are worthwhile. There are shared interests, there are rules and institutions through which we can resolve conflicts. And this truth must not be relegated to the past, because this will remain true in the future. Every country, everyone here in this hall knows this from experience. And it is now our task to uphold it. The central task of the coming years will be to preserve the idea of an international community. And finally, I would like to address an issue, ladies and gentlemen, that has been at the core of my presidency from day one: the future of liberal democracy. So my fourth point is, democracy is not a playpen for disruption. Disruption is a term that is currently lauded by tech entrepreneurs and political populists alike. Throw all things old onto the rubbish heap of history. Well, this mantra has fundamentally transformed and revolutionized many markets and business models. This is true. But it is equally true that democracy is not a business model. Democracy is not a playpen for disruption. And I'm speaking about this with such urgency because geopolitical opponents, first and foremost Russia, have for some time now been using the domain of digital communication to wage a hybrid war on liberal democracy, because China is using digital technology to exercise and expand autocratic power. And as if this were not disconcerting enough, historically unprecedented concentration of technological, financial and political power is taking shape in the United States. I'm being frank with you. As a Democrat, it causes me concern, great concern, to see how a small elite group of business people has both the means and the desire to rewrite a significant part of the liberal democracy playbook. And I'm even more concerned when some of these business people openly express their contempt for our democratic institutions and norms. It gives me cause for concern. Dear guests, what is at stake today is democracy's ability to stand up for and assert itself. And considering the global headwinds we face, for democracy to assert itself, we need a strong Europe. I am convinced of that. This requires massive investments in our own technological capabilities and our digital independence. This week we've heard clear messages come out of Brussels and Paris in this regard, which have my full support, saying we are investing in European AI. We're indeed gaining ground on our competitors in the digital domain. We have the talents, we have the research expertise, the companies, the engineering expertise, and the huge market. The race is far from over yet. And I'm certain that the President of the European Commission will have more to say on this shortly. And of course, this is the logical consequence. We Europeans demand that tech companies, just like everyone else, that these companies comply with European law, whether their name be TikTok, X, or something else. We cannot and will not allow platforms to destroy our democratic societies or cause serious harm to our children. A final word on Europe, if I may. I've seen many storms pass through Europe. And every single time I saw Europe stand strong. How many Munich Security Conference, Mr. Ischinger, Mr. Heusgen, have we seen? Probably this one as well, where participants have foretold Europe's decline. And it has not come about. A new survey by the European Council on foreign relations reveals that the world takes Europe seriously as a global power. So let us do the same. That is what I would ask all of us to do. Let us act accordingly. Let us not systematically Let us now systematically pursue the path of self-empowerment that we so urgently need in this challenging geopolitical landscape. Let us not make ourselves smaller than we are. I'm sure that we're up to the task.
As briefly as I can, to our European colleagues, let's toughen up. To our American allies, we have different worldviews, but many good reasons to work together. And to our international guests, the world is changing, but Europe remains Europe. We are open for business. We are open for partnership. Thanks to all of you for listening. I wish you a productive Munich Security Conference. Thank you.
Lieber Bundespräsident, thank you very much for your very optimistic speech. Always look for a silver lining with all the gloom and doom, and you gave this silver lining personally and with your speech. Thank you for this. It is now my pleasure and honor to introduce the Prime Minister of Bavaria, Markus Söder. Markus Söder and his team have been a wonderful supporter and generous host for the Munich Security Conference now for 61 years. And we are very happy to be here in Munich again. Thank you to you, and you have the floor.
Herr Bundespräsident, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, ein herzliches
Federal President, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome once again to Bavaria. We are very happy that you're all here, and we would like to be a good host once again. And actually, Bavaria is quite good at this. We are not only the secure and federal state of Germany, but also the one with the strongest economy. We have witnessed this terrible attack yesterday. This hurts very much. It shows us how vulnerable we are always. Thank you for your condolences. Thank you for your support. The Munich Security Conference is unique. There's nothing like it. Other conferences are usually quite traditional, but here everything is possible. And as the federal president said, let's make use of these possibilities. I'd like to thank Christoph Heusgen for his untiring work. I would like to thank Wolfgang Ischinger, who's always there, always supporting us as an elder statesman. And Christoph Heusgen has helped us to recruit Mr. Stoltenberg for the future, just as Bayern München has recruited Harry Kane, and that will be an invaluable asset. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is always very interesting, and we are looking forward to the speech by the Vice President of the United States of America. One thing I can tell you, and that goes for Bavaria and for everyone here, we, just as NATO, value our good relations with the United States. We in Bavaria, we are US-minded. The service members of the United States are very welcome in Bavaria. We have close connections. Many of them have family connections. We have our troop training area in Grafenwöhr, and that is very important to us. And I am very US-minded myself. I grew up next to a hospital of the US Armed Forces, so from a very early age, I've been familiar with the food they had and lots of different soft drinks, and I've always loved that, and I have always retained my preference for American food. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a fresh start today, possibly, in our relations with the United States of America. There's one thing we should recognize. That is probably the greatest comeback in US history when it comes to democratic elections, and it was a clear vote by the citizens of the United States. So there will be a new course, probably a new reality, and we shouldn't be moaning, we shouldn't be complaining, and we don't have to be submissive either, but we should recognize the fact that we have a new reality, there's a new sound, possibly, maybe a new deal. We have known for quite some time in Europe that we need to change. We have known for a long time, we've felt for a long time, we can't carry on as we did in the last 20, 30, 40 years. We'll soon have federal elections here in Germany, and I think most Germans know that we need a change of direction. We need new leadership for our country, as the federal president has just suggested. We'll need a major update. We'll need more strength for Germany, but also for Europe, to be an attractive partner in the long run. I had an aunt who said, if you moan, you will never be visited by anyone. You won't have any visitors. So we have to be attractive, we have to be strong. And for Germany, this means, and we agree on that, we need a lot more money, not just a little more money. We need more personnel because we have our borders to protect. We have NATO borders to protect. We want to support our NATO partners in Europe. Just think of the Baltics. And we need more armament, we need better equipment, better technology. We are facing challenges every day. We have 2 new members in NATO. They gave up their neutrality, which used to be part of their identity, but now they've joined us. Why did they do that? Because they feel that we have new challenges, new demands to our security. Of course, we don't want any war with Russia, but given the recent events in Europe, we are not really in a peaceful situation. And that's why we need new technology. And we in Bavaria are happy to offer what we can. The papers just wrote that Bavaria is one of the main defense technology locations in Europe. So, of course, we're happy to propose what we have to offer, and we are happy to play on our strength. We are pro-NATO, pro-EU, pro-United States, and we want to be true friends to the United States, not just acquaintances. And one thing I can say from the depth of my heart, I understand that in recent years some people in the United States didn't like what they heard about opinions, what the outcome of the US elections should be. But please bear with us and understand that the other way around, it is also true for Germany. We decide what coalitions we enter into after the elections. One thing is for sure, the United States are the strongest military power that we have ever had in history. And I think you are mega, even on your own, but with us, you are even stronger. So in many cases, we can support you, we can have your back, we can do more than you may believe. There's an old saying, if you want to walk fast, you have to walk alone, but if you want to walk a long distance, walk with someone. So let's walk together. Let's embark on this path together into the future. And I'd like to say that I have been and remain optimistic. Of course, everything is terrible, the challenges are terrible, but if you're afraid, you've lost before you even started. You need optimism. If you're confident, you can accomplish anything. And we want to keep our freedom, we want to support our partners, and together with the United States of America, we want to shape the future. That's the Bavarian way of life we have here. So, as always, I hope you'll have fruitful discussions at the Munich Security Conference. There will always be some excitement, some friction maybe, but that's a good thing. All the best for your conference, and let's have a good time together. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The program will continue momentarily. Ambassador Christoph.
This is another 45-minute speech. No. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and honor to welcome the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. You are a frequent guest at the Munich Security Conference, and it's wonderful that you are speaking for Europe. This is the hour of Europe. This is Ursula von der Leyen's hour. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Herr Bundespräsident Steinmeier, Ministerpräsident Söder, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, can we lower a little bit this piece here, or is that impossible? Ah, it seems impossible. Okay. Like many of you, I've been coming here for many, many years, and I see many familiar faces. I've been coming here from the times when it was an exclusively transatlantic audience, to today, when we see political, business, and thought leaders from right across the world. This is a testament not only to the great success of the Munich Security Conference, but it also reflects on how the rest of the world impacts our security and our transatlantic relationship. Our task here in Munich is not just to describe this year's geopolitical landscape, but to shape it. And shape it in a way that ensures that our transatlantic values endure and our interests are defended. Because there is a clear attempt by some to build spheres of influence. Competing visions of the world order are leading to a more transactional approach in global affairs. And Europe has to change to thrive in this new reality. We have to be smart. We have to be clear-eyed about what is ahead of us. From a rogue Russia on our borders to challenges to our sovereignty and our security. And we should not underestimate the disruptive potential of intense competition or even a bipolar conflict between China and the United States. This may be uncomfortable to hear, but this is a time for plain speaking. The good news is that as we approach this new year of change, Europe is already reforming. The pandemic, the war in Ukraine, the full-scale energy crisis have been brutal times for all of us. But in Europe, they showed us also that when we adopt an urgency mentality, we are a force that can move mountains. From the life-saving vaccines to the unwavering support to Ukraine or mastering the energy crisis, Europe has shown that it can meet the moment, and we must adopt this urgency mentality more permanently. And this is why what you've seen in the first 100 days of the new Commission is the tone and the speed I intend to set for the whole mandate. We're strengthening our competitiveness, we're stepping up on defense, we're enabling innovation for AI. Action is what really matters in this new reality. And we know a stronger Europe is better for all of us. A stronger Europe works with the United States to deter the threats we have in common as partners. And this is why we believe that trade wars and punitive tariffs make no sense. Tariffs act like a tax. They drive inflation. The hardest hit are inevitably workers, companies, the small income, the middle classes on both sides of the Atlantic. And we know how quickly tariffs can affect essential transatlantic supply chains. We do not believe that this is good business, and we want to avoid a global race to the bottom. But as I've already made clear, unjustified tariffs on the European Union will not go unanswered. And let me speak plainly. We are one of the world's largest markets. We will use our tools to safeguard our economic security and interests, and we will protect our workers, our businesses and consumers at every turn. Of course, we're ready to find agreements that work for all, to work together to make each other more prosperous and more secure. Ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of this is, of course, defense and the security of Ukraine, of our continent, and of the wider world. In this room, we all feel it, what's at stake. This is a moment in history. Great challenges loom. There has been a lot of talk in the last few days, but it is always instructive to look beyond the words and to recognize that we are just at the beginning of this process. Let's take stock of the starting positions. Contrast the approach taken by President Zelenskyy and that of President Putin. In the most difficult of circumstances, President Zelenskyy is prepared to work towards a peace that honors the sacrifice of his country and his fallen compatriots. As Volodymyr Zelenskyy said from the start, Ukraine wants peace more than anyone else. One that is just and lasting, so that the horrors of the last 3 years are not revisited ever again. On the other hand, President Putin says he's willing to meet, but on what terms? It is up to him to demonstrate that his interest is not to prolong this war. It is up to him to show that he has given up his ambition to destroy Ukraine. And let me be very clear. A failed Ukraine would weaken Europe, but it would also weaken the United States. It would intensify the challenges in the Indo-Pacific and threaten our shared interests. Because what we have seen is the authoritarians of this world are carefully watching whether there's any impunity if you invade your neighbor and violate international borders, or whether there are real deterrents. They are watching us very carefully, what actions we choose to take. And this is why it is so important that we get this right. Ukraine needs peace through strength. Europe wants peace through strength. And President Trump has made clear the United States is firmly committed to peace through strength. So I believe that by working together, we can deliver that just and lasting peace. And there's a lot that Europe already has brought to the table. Historic amounts, actually. Financially and militarily, the overall support amounts to 134 billion euros. That is an equivalent of $140 billion. That is more than anybody else has contributed. This includes $52 billion of military assistance, on par with the United States. We have put in place hard-hitting sanctions, substantially weakening Russia's economy. We have broken one taboo after another and smashed our reliance on Russian gas, making us more resilient permanently. And we are about to do more. We are working with Ukraine on their EU accession because Ukraine is part of our European family, and this is where their future lies, here in Europe. And ladies and gentlemen, this leads me to the discussions we have had in Europe over the course of the last few weeks. Many in the security circles in Europe were confused, some even worried, by the comments made by a senior US official earlier this week. But we need to be honest here, and we need to avoid outrage and outcry, because if we listen to the substance of the remarks, we not only understand where they are coming from, but recognize there are some remarks we can agree on. Because yes, both the United States and the European Union want an end to the bloodshed. We want a just and lasting peace, one that leads to a sovereign and prosperous Ukraine. And Ukraine should be given solid security guarantees. But perhaps what resonates with me the most is the need for Europe not only to speak frankly, but also to act accordingly. So let there be no room for any doubt. I believe when it comes to European security, Europe has to do more. Europe must bring more to the table. And to achieve this, we need a surge in European defense spending. Currently, the EU 27 are spending around 2% of GDP on defense. And yes, our defense spending went up from just over 200 billion before the war to now over 320 billion last year. But we will need to increase that number considerably once again, because from just below 2% to above 3% will mean hundreds of billions of euro of more investment every year. So we need a bold approach. Let's take one step back. In previous extraordinary crises, look at what we did. We empowered member states with extra fiscal room by activating the escape clause. In simple terms, we empowered member states to substantially increase public investments linked to the crisis. I believe we are now in another period of crisis which warrants a similar approach. And this is why I can announce that I will propose to activate the escape clause for defense investments. This will allow member states to substantially increase their defense expenditure. Of course, we will have to do this in a controlled and conditional way. And I will also propose a wider package of tailor-made tools to address the specific situation of each and every one of our member states, from their current levels of defense spending to their fiscal situation. Second, for a massive defense package, we also need a European approach in setting our investment priorities. This will allow the investments in much-needed defense projects of common European interest. And thirdly, we will step up our work to accelerate the accession process of Ukraine to the European Union. We have made significant progress already, but again, now is the time to move mountains in the European Union. Increase the spending possibility of the national budgets have common European funding for projects of common European interest, and accelerate the accession process of Ukraine. This must be the goal of the new Europe that is working for these goals intensively. My message is, you see Europe adapting, you see Europe stepping up, you see Europe making a difference immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, what is being discussed here today is ultimately about us, our prosperity, our economy, our security, our ability to make good on Europe's enduring promise of peace. Our values do not change. They are universal. But because the world is changing, we have to adapt the way we act. We need a Europe that is more pragmatic, more focused, more determined, one that will counter its threats, one that will leverage its enormous strength and power, and one that is standing by Ukraine and its partners. And there's a lot that this Europe can do, and it will rise to the moment. Thank you very much, and long live Europe.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Yalda Hakim, and I'll be moderating a brief 5-minute session here with the President. We are running a little bit behind schedule, and we have the Vice President also waiting. But I'm really looking forward to speaking with you. You made a very consequential speech there. For several years in Munich, leaders have said it's time to get serious about European defense. Will it be different this time?
Absolutely, because it is in our own interest, and we have the experience of now almost 3 years of an atrocious Russian war in Ukraine, basically at our borders. And this is only one of the challenges we see. So it's absolutely clear, and it is this mentality of urgency that I was asking for, that we have to develop and therefore step up defense. We have for too long, I mean the last 2 decades, kind of outsourced defense and security or underinvested in it. And now we see that there's an enormous gap that we have to close. And therefore, us together as Europeans, we have to step up and we have to make these investments, because it's for our security that we are doing this and that it is necessary.
What do you think that should be? I mean, do you agree with President Trump that it should be 5%?
Look, for us it's important that we close our capability gaps, and there's a process in NATO that has defined what the capability gaps are. So spending must increase without any question, but important is that we get the right capabilities for the investment that we are doing, and therefore filling these investment gaps, this must be our goal, as rapid as possible, with the norms and standards of NATO, because for me it's very important that we are absolutely complementary with NATO. We need each other. And therefore, I propose to flexibilize the possibility of the member states what their investment in defense is concerned, even if they have fiscal constraints. With this escape clause, this opens the door for targetedly investing more in defense. So this is individual for each member state. Then we have to look at big projects of common European interest, like advanced air defense, for example, which no member state can do on its own, but we need it all together. Then there's a point I have not mentioned here, but this is speaking with our banks, the promotional banks, like the European Investment Bank, that used to not invest in defense, now is changing their lending practices. And of course, we have also to speak with our big private banks that were hiding behind the EIB for too long, also to modernize and adapt their lending practices.
We've only got a couple of minutes left, but Ukraine clearly wants and needs security guarantees in any peace negotiation. Is Europe capable of providing them without the US, even if that is not the preference?
So I think for European, as it is not for me to discuss in detail the security guarantees with the United States, because this is a NATO matter. But I think we have to convince all of us that this is a matter of providing security guarantees by countries from the European Union.
Including troops on the ground?
But listen, this really is the competence of the member states. This is certainly not me making them or proposing them how they have to act with their troops. They have the complete competence of their troops. But I think in general, if you look at any kind of security matters concerning Europe and NATO, we all need each other. In other words, the backing of the United States is needed as the European Union, but also the UK or Canada, for example, to take others. Norway are also needed in the concert of supporting each other.
Will Europe be at the negotiating table?
Absolutely, because Ukraine needs a just and lasting peace. If we want to achieve this goal, and it's very important that we have a true peace, because as I said, others are watching, whether we stick to our principles or whether we give up, then this is only possible with the European Union standing by Ukraine, because one of the components you just mentioned is security guarantees. Another component is the accession process of Ukraine to the European Union, preconditions to have a just and lasting peace. And therefore, the answer is given by itself.
President von der Leyen, thank you so much for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The program will continue momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. It is now my honor and pleasure to welcome the Vice President of the United States, Mr. J.D. Vance, who was here last year as Senator, and we are very happy that he has come back to Munich, and we are very much looking forward to his speech. Please welcome Vice President J.D. Vance.
Well, thank you, and thanks to all the gathered delegates and luminaries and media professionals, and thanks especially to the hosts of the Munich Security Conference for being able to put on such an incredible event. We're, of course, thrilled to be here. We're happy to be here. And, you know, one of the things that I wanted to talk about today is, of course, our shared values. And, you know, it's great to be back in Germany. As you heard earlier, I was here last year as United States Senator. I saw Foreign Secretary David Lammy and joked that both of us last year had different jobs than we have now. But now it's time for all of our countries, for all of us who have been fortunate enough to be given political power by our respective peoples to use it wisely to improve their lives. And I want to say that, I was fortunate in my time here to spend some time outside the walls of this conference over the last 24 hours. And I've been so impressed by the hospitality of the people, even of course, as they're reeling from yesterday's horrendous attack. And the first time I was ever in Munich was with my wife, actually, who's here with me today, on a personal trip. And I've always loved the city of Munich, and I've always loved its people. And I just want to say that we're very moved, and our thoughts and prayers are with Munich and everybody affected by the evil inflicted on this beautiful community. We're thinking about you, we're praying for you, and we will certainly be rooting for you in the days and weeks to come. Now, thank you. I hope that's not the last bit of applause that I get, but we gather at this conference, of course, to discuss security, and normally we mean threats to our external security. I see many great military leaders gathered here today. But while the Trump administration is very concerned with European security and believes that we can come to a reasonable settlement between Russia and Ukraine, and we also believe that it's important in the coming years for Europe to step up in a big way to provide for its own defense, the threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not any other external actor. And what I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values, values shared with the United States of America. Now, I was struck that a former European commissioner went on television recently and sounded delighted that the Romanian government had just annulled an entire election. He warned that if things don't go to plan, the very same thing could happen in Germany too. Now, these cavalier statements are shocking to American ears. For years, we've been told that everything we fund and support is in the name of our shared democratic values. Everything from our Ukraine policy to digital censorship is billed as a defense of democracy. But when we see European courts canceling elections and senior officials threatening to cancel others, we ought to ask whether we're holding ourselves to an appropriately high standard. And I say ourselves because I fundamentally believe that we are on the same team. We must do more than talk about democratic values, we must live them. Now, within living memory of many of you in this room, the Cold War positioned defenders of democracy against much more tyrannical forces on this continent. And consider the side in that fight that censored dissidents, that closed churches, that canceled elections. Were they the good guys? Certainly not. And thank God they lost the Cold War. They lost because they neither valued nor respected all of the extraordinary blessings of liberty. The freedom to surprise, to make mistakes, to invent, to build. As it turns out, you can't mandate innovation or creativity, just as you can't force people what to think, what to feel, or what to believe. And we believe those things are certainly connected. And unfortunately, when I look at Europe today, it's sometimes not so clear what happened to some of the Cold War's winners. I look to Brussels, where EU commissars warn citizens that they intend to shut down social media during times of civil unrest the moment they spot what they've judged to be, quote, hateful content. Or to this very country, where police have carried out raids against citizens suspected of posting anti-feminist comments online as part of, quote, combating misogyny on the internet, a day of action. I look to Sweden, where 2 weeks ago the government convicted a Christian activist for participating in Koran burnings that resulted in his friend's murder. And as the judge in his case chillingly noted, Sweden's laws to supposedly protect free expression do not, in fact, grant, and I'm quoting, a free pass to do or say anything without risking offending the group that holds that belief. And perhaps most concerningly, I look to our very dear friends, the United Kingdom, where the backslide away from conscience rights has placed the basic liberties of religious Britons in particular in the crosshairs. A little over 2 years ago, the British government charged Adam Smith Connor, a 51-year-old physiotherapist and an Army veteran, with the heinous crime of standing 50 meters from an abortion clinic and silently praying for 3 minutes. Not obstructing anyone, not interacting with anyone, just silently praying on his own. And after British law enforcement spotted him and demanded to know what he was praying for, Adam replied simply, it was on behalf of the unborn son he and his former girlfriend had aborted years before. Now, the officers were not moved. Adam was found guilty of breaking the government's new buffer zones law, which criminalizes silent prayer and other actions that could influence a person's decision within 200 meters of an abortion facility. He was sentenced to pay thousands of pounds in legal costs to the prosecution. Now, I wish I could say that this was a fluke, a one-off crazy example of a badly written law being enacted against a single person, but no. This last October, just a few months ago, the Scottish government began distributing letters to citizens whose houses lay within so-called safe access zones, warning them that even private prayer within their own homes may amount to breaking the law. Naturally, the government urged readers to report any fellow citizens suspected guilty of thought crime. In Britain and across Europe, free speech, I fear, is in retreat. And in the interest of comedy, my friends, but also in the interest of truth, I will admit that sometimes the loudest voices for censorship have come not from within Europe, but from within my own country, where the prior administration threatened and bullied social media companies to censor so-called misinformation. Misinformation like, for example, the idea that coronavirus had likely leaked from a laboratory in China. Our own government encouraged private companies to silence people who dared to utter what turned out to be an obvious truth. So I come here today not just with an observation, but with an offer. And just as the Biden administration seemed desperate to silence people for speaking their minds, so the Trump administration will do precisely the opposite, and I hope that we can work together on that. In Washington, there is a new sheriff in town, and under Donald Trump's leadership, we may disagree with your views, but we will fight to defend your right to offer it in the public square, agree or disagree. Now, we're at the point, of course, that the situation has gotten so bad that this December, Romania straight up canceled the results of a presidential election based on the flimsy suspicions of an intelligence agency and enormous pressure from its continental neighbors. Now, as I understand it, the argument was that Russian disinformation had infected the Romanian elections. But I'd ask my European friends to have some perspective. You can believe it's wrong for Russia to buy social media advertisements to influence your elections. We certainly do. You can condemn it on the world stage even. But if your democracy can be destroyed with a few $100,000 of digital advertising from a foreign country, then it wasn't very strong to begin with. Now, the good news is that I happen to think your democracies are substantially less brittle than many people apparently fear. And I really do believe that allowing our citizens to speak their mind will make them stronger still. Which, of course, brings us back to Munich, where the organizers of this very conference have banned lawmakers representing populist parties on both the left and the right from participating in these conversations. Now, again, we don't have to agree with everything or anything that people say. But when people represent, when political leaders represent an important constituency, it is incumbent upon us to at least participate in dialogue with them. Now, to many of us on the other side of the Atlantic, it looks more and more like old entrenched interests hiding behind ugly Soviet-era words like misinformation and disinformation, who simply don't like the idea that somebody with an alternative viewpoint might express a different opinion or, God forbid, vote a different way or, even worse, win an election. Now, this is a security conference, and I'm sure you all came here prepared to talk about how exactly you intend to increase defense spending over the next few years in line with some new target. And that's great, because as President Trump has made abundantly clear, he believes that our European friends must play a bigger role in the future of this continent. We don't think, you hear this term, burden sharing, but we think it's an important part of being in a shared alliance together that the Europeans step up while America focuses on areas of the world that are in great danger. But let me also ask you, how will you even begin to think through the kinds of budgeting questions if we don't know what it is that we're defending in the first place? I've heard a lot already in my conversations, and I've had many, many great conversations with many people gathered here in this room. I've heard a lot about what you need to defend yourselves from, and of course that's important. But what has seemed a little bit less clear to me, and certainly I think to many of the citizens of Europe, is what exactly it is that you're defending yourselves for. What is the positive vision that animates this shared security compact that we all believe is so important? And I believe deeply that there is no security if you are afraid of the voices, the opinions, and the conscience that guide your very own people. Europe faces many challenges, but the crisis this continent faces right now, the crisis I believe we all face together, is one of our own making. If you're running in fear of your own voters, there is nothing America can do for you. Nor, for that matter, is there anything that you can do for the American people who elected me and elected President Trump. You need democratic mandates to accomplish anything of value in the coming years. Have we learned nothing that thin mandates produce unstable results? But there is so much of value that can be accomplished with the kind of democratic mandate that I think will come from being more responsive to the voices of your citizens. If you're going to enjoy competitive economies, if you're going to enjoy affordable energy and secure supply chains, then you need mandates to govern, because you have to make difficult choices to enjoy all of these things. And of course, we know that very well in America. You cannot win a democratic mandate by censoring your opponents or putting them in jail, whether that's the leader of the opposition, a humble Christian praying in her own home, or a journalist trying to report the news. Nor can you win one by disregarding your basic electorate on questions like who gets to be a part of our shared society. And of all the pressing challenges that the nations represented here face, I believe there is nothing more urgent than mass migration. Today, almost 1 in 5 people living in this country moved here from abroad. That is, of course, an all-time high. It's a similar number, by the way, in the United States, also an all-time high. The number of immigrants who entered the EU from non-EU countries doubled between 2021 and 2022 alone, and of course it's gotten much higher since. And we know this situation, it didn't materialize in a vacuum. It's the result of a series of conscious decisions made by politicians all over the continent and others across the world over the span of a decade. We saw the horrors wrought by these decisions yesterday in this very city. And of course, I can't bring it up again without thinking about the terrible victims who had a beautiful winter day in Munich ruined. Our thoughts and prayers are with them and will remain with them. But why did this happen in the first place? It's a terrible story, but it's one we've heard way too many times in Europe and unfortunately too many times in the United States as well. An asylum seeker, often a young man in his mid-20s, already known to police, rams a car into a crowd and shatters a community. How many times must we suffer these appalling setbacks before we change course and take our shared civilization in a new direction? No voter on this continent went to the ballot box to open the floodgates to millions of unvetted immigrants. But you know what they did vote for? In England, they voted for Brexit, and agree or disagree, they voted for it. And more all over Europe, they're voting for political leaders who promise to put an end to out-of-control migration. Now, I happen to agree with a lot of these concerns, but you don't have to agree with me. I just think that people care about their homes, they care about their dreams, they care about their safety and their capacity to provide for themselves and their children. And they're smart. I think this is one of the most important things I've learned in my brief time in politics. Contrary to what you might hear a couple mountains over in Davos, the citizens of all of our nations don't generally think of themselves as educated animals or as interchangeable cogs of a global economy. And it's hardly surprising that they don't want to be shuffled about or relentlessly ignored by their leaders. And it is the business of democracy to adjudicate these big questions at the ballot box. I believe that dismissing people, dismissing their concerns, or worse yet, shutting down media, shutting down elections, or shutting people out of the political process protects nothing. In fact, it is the most surefire way to destroy democracy. And speaking up and expressing opinions isn't election interference. Even when people express views outside your own country, and even when those people are very influential. And trust me, I say this with all humor, if American democracy can survive 10 years of Greta Thunberg scolding, you guys can survive a few months of Elon Musk. But what no democracy, American, German, or European, will survive is telling millions of voters that their thoughts and concerns, their aspirations, their pleas for relief are invalid or unworthy of even being considered. Democracy rests on the sacred principle that the voice of the people matters. There's no room for firewalls. You either uphold the principle or you don't. Europeans, the people, have a voice. European leaders have a choice. And my strong belief is that we do not need to be afraid of the future. You can embrace what your people tell you, even when it's surprising, even when you don't agree. And if you do so, you can face the future with certainty and with confidence, knowing that the nation stands behind each of you. And that, to me, is the great magic of democracy. It's not in these stone buildings or beautiful hotels. It's not even in the great institutions that we have built together as a shared society. To believe in democracy is to understand that each of our citizens has wisdom and has a voice. And if we refuse to listen to that voice, even our most successful fights will secure very little. As Pope John Paul II, in my view, one of the most extraordinary champions of democracy on this continent or any other, once said, "Do not be afraid." We shouldn't be afraid of our people, even when they express views that disagree with their leadership. Thank you all. Good luck to all of you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The program will continue momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Christoph Hoskin.
It is now my great pleasure and honor to welcome His Excellency Director Wang Yi. Director Wang Yi is the head of the Communist Party Central Committee's Foreign Affairs Commission and Minister of Foreign Affairs of China. Mr. Wang Yi has been a long-time guest of the Munich Security Conference. We are very happy that you are representing China's view on this conference every year, again this year, and we are also very happy that you are ready after your introduction to enter into a discussion which I'm looking forward to hold. Director Wang Yi, you have the floor. Again, thank you very much for coming.
Your Excellency, Chairman Christoph Hoskin, dear friends, colleagues, the world we live in is an increasing mix of turbulence and transformation. Many people are asking, where is it headed? If I may borrow the theme of this year's Munich Security Report, it is headed toward multipolarization. When the United Nations was founded 80 years ago, it had only 51 member states. Today, 193 countries ride in the same big boat. A multipolar world is not only a historical inevitability, it is also becoming a reality. Will multipolarity bring chaos, conflict, and confrontation? Does it mean domination by major countries and the strong bullying the weak? China's answer is, we should work for an equal and orderly multipolar world. This is another major proposition put forward by President Xi Jinping, and it represents our sincere expectation for a multipolar world. China will surely be a factor of certainty in this multipolar system and strive to be a steadfast, constructive force in a changing world. Here I want to make 4 points. First, it is important to advocate equal treatment. Rivalry between big powers had brought disaster to humanity, as evidenced by the lessons of the 2 world wars in the not-so-distant past. Whether it is the colonial system or the core periphery structure, unequal orders are bound to meet their demise. Independence and autonomy is sought across the world, and democracy in international relations is an unstoppable trend. Equal rights, equal opportunities, and equal rules should become the basic principles of a multipolar world. It is in this principle that China advocates equality among all countries, regardless of size, and calls for increasing the representation and say of developing countries in the international system. This will not lead to Westlessness, but will deliver more positive sum results to the world. The Munich Security Conference has invited more participants from Global South countries in recent years, and this is a wise thing to do. Every country should have their voice heard. Every country should be able to find their place and play their role in a multipolar paradigm. Second, it is important to respect international rule of law. As an old Chinese saying goes, circles and squares cannot be drawn without compasses and rulers, which means nothing can be accomplished without following norms and standards. The purposes and principles of the UN Charter provide fundamental guidance for handling international relations and are an important cornerstone of a multipolar world. The world today is witnessing incessant chaos and confusion, and one important reason is that some countries believe might makes right and have opened a Pandora's box marked the law of the jungle. In reality, all countries, regardless of size or strength, are stakeholders in international rule of law. The multipolar paradigm must not be a state of disarray. Without norms and standards, one may be at the table yesterday but end up on the menu tomorrow. Major countries must take the lead in honoring their words and upholding rule of law, and must not say one thing but do another or engage in zero-sum game. It is based on the above points of view that China resolutely upholds the authority of international rule of law and actively fulfills its international responsibilities and obligations. It is a member of almost all universal intergovernmental organizations and a party to over 600 international conventions. It never practices exceptionalism, still less cherry-picking. It is providing the greatest certainty in this uncertain world. I wish to emphasize that there should be no double standards in observing international law. Respect for all countries' sovereignty and territorial integrity should mean support for China's complete reunification. Third, it is important to practice multilateralism. In the face of emerging global challenges, no country can stay unaffected. And the we-first approach in international relations only leads to a lose-lose result. The UN is at the core of practicing multilateralism and advancing global governance. This edifice has shielded all countries from wind and rain for nearly 80 years, and is all the more needed in the multipolar world of the future. We should cement its foundation rather than destroy its pillars. We should take up our responsibilities on governing global issues rather than seek self-interests only. It is from this understanding that China upholds true multilateralism and advocates the vision on global governance featuring extensive consultation and joint contribution for shared benefit. We have firmly upheld the authority and stature of the UN and contributed to more than 20% of the UN regular budget. We have acted earnestly on the Paris Agreement on climate change and built the world's largest clean power generation system. We have also proposed and delivered on the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative, providing public goods for improving global governance. Fourth, it is important to pursue openness and mutual benefit. Development holds the key to addressing various problems. The multipolar world should be one where all countries develop together. Protectionism offers no way out, and arbitrary tariffs produce no winners. Decoupling deprives one of opportunities, and a small yard with high fences only ends up restraining oneself. It is important to pursue open cooperation and support an equal and orderly multipolar world with a universally beneficial and inclusive economic globalization. It is for this goal that China stays committed to sharing development opportunities with all countries. An Australian scholar called China an enabler, which I find very fitting. With a 5% GDP growth last year, China contributed to nearly 30% of the world economic growth. It has served as an important engine for global economic growth, and shared with the world the benefit of its supersized market. China is willing to synergize high-quality Belt and Road cooperation with the European Union's Global Gateway strategy, so as to empower each other and empower the entire world. Friends, China has always seen in Europe an important pole in the multipolar world. The two sides are partners, not rivals. This year marks the 50th anniversary of China-EU diplomatic relations. Taking this opportunity, China is willing to work with the European side to deepen strategic communication and mutually beneficial cooperation and steer the world to a bright future of peace, security, prosperity, and progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Wang Yi, for your speech, and also thanking for clinging to the 10 minutes. We appreciate that. You mentioned the international order, and this is something that also in my introductory remarks I highlighted the need to respect the UN Charter, and we see now a lot of questioning of this. We see Russia invading Ukraine. We have seen from the American president these last weeks where he threatened to use force invading Greenland and Panama, and also the displacement of Palestinians. Your country has been also accused of violating the law of the sea, also the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now, you are traveling from here to New York to the Security Council. Do you continue to believe in the United Nations? Do you believe in the Charter of the UN? Will you work also for a reform of the UN Charter? How high is that on your priority?
Well, thank you for your question, Mr. Chairman. I think you mentioned two keywords. One is order, the other is rules. Now, talking about order, over the years, some have been saying that China is attempting to change the order, and China wants to start a new system. Now, we don't see much talk of that because now there is a country that is withdrawing from international treaties and organizations. And I think in Europe, you can feel chills almost every day. As for China, it is growing in the existing order. China is a beneficiary of the existing order. So what China is doing and will do is to, as most countries expected, to move the order in a more just and reasonable direction. Now, talking about rules, people might have different understanding of rules. But I think we can agree on the point that we need to safeguard the UN-centered international system, observe the basic norms governing international relations based on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. And I think that's the biggest common denominator. As long as we recognize that point, there will not be double standards or the space for double standards. And for major regional and international issues, as Mr. Chairman said, we will have the same yardstick for judging them. China is well aware of the international responsibilities on its shoulders, and we are willing to provide more public goods to the international community. President Xi Jinping has proposed a series of major initiatives and propositions, including the Global Development Initiative, Global Security Initiative, and Global Civilization Initiative. All of these are aimed at having the international community joining hands to address the growing development deficit, security deficit, and governance deficit we face today. And President Xi Jinping has proposed the major vision of building a community with a shared future for mankind. It is a very grand vision, and we hope to see that all countries will rise above the differences in histories, culture, systems, and ideologies, and work in solidarity to protect this planet, this only planet we all call home, and make the global village a better place where we share the same future. So this is a reflection of the international vision of the Communist Party of China. It is also a reflection of the fine traditional Chinese culture of thinking for the greater good. It has been receiving more support and recognition from the international community, and we will do more to contribute our part to realizing this vision. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the topics here since 2022 has been Russia's invasion of Ukraine. At the MSC, just a few days before Russia's invasion, you stated, and I quote, "The sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity of any country should be respected and safeguarded because it is a basic norm of international relations. Ukraine is no exception." So you confirmed the Charter of the United Nations. Now, today, Russia has become what John McCain once said here at the Munich Security Conference, China's gas station. I would add it's a gas station with an army. This means you have a lot of influence on Ukraine. Do you see a possibility now that there is more pressure and finally more pressure to finish this war, that from your end you could maybe do something on your side of the gas station and maybe cut the possibility of Russia to supply gas to your country, or lower the price, or stop some of the dual-use goods that are coming there, so that there is more pressure on Russia to finally finish this war?
China and Russia are two neighbors with a long borderline. In the past, our relations had gone through twists and turns, and then the two sides drew on lessons and decided no alliance, no confrontation, no targeting any third country. And based on our mutual trust, we built a comprehensive strategic partnership. So exchanges between China and Russia are normal exchanges between countries. You mentioned, can China stop buying gas from Russia? Well, I'd like to ask this. If China does not buy gas from Russia, which country can provide so much gas as to meet the needs of Chinese people? It's not possible. And it's not safe, because, some countries tend to politicize economic and trade issues and treat them as a tool to suppress China. We cannot let that happen. We must be responsible to our people. That said, when it comes to regional hotspot issues, China has its own position. We have all along advocated that all disputes and disagreements should be settled through dialogue in a political way, because force and sanction cannot truly and completely solve the issue. It's the same goes for the Ukraine issue. From the day after the crisis broke out, which was the 25th of February 2022, China put forward the resolution through dialogue and consultation. President Xi Jinping put forth 4 points. It has been the most authoritative explanation of China's position. Namely, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries should be respected. The purposes and principles of the UN Charter should be observed. The legitimate security concerns of all parties should be taken seriously, and all efforts conducive to peace should be supported. And following this as a guidance, we have been working to promote peace through talks. Even if there is only one ray of hope, we make 100% efforts. We have sent our special envoy to mediate in various countries. Together with Brazil and other global South countries, we launched the Group of Friends for Peace. Now, with the passing of time, we can say that China's position is fair, objective, and rational, and practical. They reflect the greatest common consensus of the international community. The ending point of any conflict is the negotiation table, and history will ultimately be fair. China would love to see all efforts conducive to peace, including, over the past couple of days, the United States had reached common understanding with Russia. And we believe that all parties and all stakeholders should, at an appropriate time, participate in peace talks process. This war is happening on European soil, and Europe should play an important role in the process. To work together to address the root cause of the crisis and discuss how to achieve long-term stability and security of Europe, find a way that is acceptable to all sides to achieve just and balanced and sustainable European security architecture. Thank you.
Thank you. We have run out of time, but I would at least very briefly ask you to give us a sneak preview of how you think the relationship between US and China will develop.
I know this is on many people's minds. Here, I'd like to tell you that China's policy, U.S. policy, is consistent and stable. We don't easily flip-flop. And this reflects our strategic constancy and international reputation as a major country. Our U.S. policy is the 3 principles put forward by President Xi Jinping, namely mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation. China and the U.S. have different systems, indeed, and they have been chosen by our peoples. To change or even overturn each other is unrealistic. The right approach is to respect each other. This is the premise for China-US engagement. And peaceful coexistence is self-evident. You can't have conflict between 2 major countries like China and the US. Otherwise, the world would suffer. So dialogue is needed, and we need to strengthen exchanges to boost understanding and build trust. Mutually beneficial cooperation is because the world expects us to cooperate, and global challenges require China and the US to work together to address. And this is the due responsibility of 2 major countries like China and the U.S. China is ready to, following these 3 principles, build stable, sound, and sustainable bilateral relations with the U.S. and find the right way for these 2 major countries to live alongside each other on this planet. Of course, we hope that the U.S. will work in the same direction with us. However, if the U.S. is not willing, if it is bent on suppressing and containing China, then we have no choice but to play along to the end. We will resolutely uphold China's sovereignty, national dignity, and our legitimate development rights. And we will resolutely respond to unilateral bullying practices of the U.S. We do so also to maintain international fairness and justice, and to uphold basic norms of international relations. The Chinese people have never been swayed by fallacies or deterred by intimidation. The People's Republic of China has grown by overcoming various difficulties and obstacles. In China, there's this old saying, as heaven maintains its vigor through movement, a man of virtue constantly strives for self-perfection. In China, there's also a saying, very vivid. It goes, let the strong do as they will. We remain as unperturbed as the gentle breeze harasses the hills. Let the fierce act as they may. We maintain our poise as the bright moon illuminates the river. No matter which way the wind blows, north or south, east or west, we will remain calm and unshakable. I know this might not be the easiest to translate, and there might be different versions in terms of translation. We welcome discussions for more versions, and you might turn to DeepSeek for some help. All in all, we are fully confident about the prospects of the world, and we are fully confident about the future of China-U.S. relations. China, the U.S. have one direction to work for, and that is, as I mentioned repeatedly, mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation. And this is the greatest expectation of the international community as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much also for this proverb. We see if we have ChatGPT or so translating it, but I thought the English translation we got was pretty good. Thank you for being here. I sincerely hope also you can use the possibility of Munich to meet with representatives of the new U.S. administration. It would be very good that what you are also proposing, more talks and discussion on these issues, would materialize here in Munich. I wish you again good luck on your trip to New York, and thank you for being such a good guest here to the Munich Security Conference. Thank you for this. All the best. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your final reminder. Please take your seats now. We will now continue the next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this panel. This panel is one that is very dear to my heart, and so far, as I've said in my opening speech, that I wanted to open the Munich Security Conference that was at the beginning a very transatlantic event, to open it much more to the countries of Africa, Latin America and Asia, because all the many challenges that we face cannot be resolved just by Europe and the transatlantic community. And therefore, I'm very happy, and I would like to introduce first Felix Tshisekedi, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I would like to present John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you to the two of you that you are attending. We know that to be here at the Munich Security Conference, you are missing parts of missing the summit of the African Union. So we really appreciate that you are here. But what I also wanted to do when we have these panels, I wanted to have it not one where we concentrate
transatlantic or south, but to mix it up. And who to mix it up better than with the Vice President and High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy of the European Commission, former Prime Minister of Estonia, and a very good friend of the Munich Security Conference, Kaja Kallas. Thank you. And those of you who listened to my introductory speech, I said, well, we here in Munich want to reach peace through dialogue, but on a basis. And this basis is the United Nations Charter, the rule of law, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And I'm very happy that we have Volker Türk with us, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, the United Nations. Volker, thank you very much for being here today with us. Now, one of the problems of the United Nations is that we have not been, while we have the Charter, we have had difficulties over time to reform the Charter. And in particular, the composition of the Security Council today doesn't reflect the realities on the ground. President Mahama, you have long advocated for the reform of the UN Security Council. What would your preferred setup be, and what do you see how this should go forward, because we are turning in circles for many years?
Yeah, I think that the UN itself has carried out many reforms in terms of trying to increase efficiency in all the agencies that it has. But one place that has remained static, archaic, and moribund is the Security Council. The developing world, the third world, have been advocating constantly for a reform of the Security Council in order that it responds to the realities of today's world. Unfortunately, we're not speaking with one voice. I think that the main issue that is a stumbling block to the reform of the Security Council is the question of the veto. And so I think that, one, let's expand the council, let's add additional permanent members, and after we have expanded the council, we can discuss the veto. The veto should not be a stumbling block in adding permanent members to the Security Council. But that is one aspect of the United Nations that is in need of urgent reform in order that it can respond to today's challenges. The UN becomes more relevant even today in a fragmented world, because when there's fragmentism, we need more multilateralism, we need more global cooperation. We have more challenges today, climate change and all that. We need to work together. We can't leave this planet. This is the only planet we have. And the only way we can save this planet is if we're working together. And that's why the UN is even more important today than it was even after the end of the Second World War. And so we need to take the bull by the horns. We need to reform the Security Council. And we all need to work together to make this planet habitable for us.
Yes, we hope that there is progress, and thanks for this commitment to the UN world. Not everybody does that these days. President Tshisekedi, you have in your country one of the longest serving missions of the United Nations has been active, and that is MONUSCO. We see today that we again hear about a lot of violence there. Actually, it's a country, a region in crisis, with Goma being taken by force. When you look back at MONUSCO, what is your advice for future peacekeeping? How can the UN peacekeeping be more effective?
Bien, merci. Je crois que la réponse à cette question revient sur la première question que vous avez posée au président Mahama. En fait, c'est celle du rôle de l'ONU. Si aujourd'hui mon pays a été attaqué de manière ostentatoire et que ça n'est pratiquement pas ému grand monde, that didn't really lead to a lot of reactions, in fact. So that, I think, shows that international law has been questioned. How come integrity of a country has been attacked, that people is being massacred without another country being held accountable for that? And I think that puts the role of the United Nations into question, because it, I think, reacts in two speeds, in a way, in two ways, whether it is a weak country, a less privileged country or not. And I think that very much puts multilateralism into question. But coming back to your question, I think the entire multilateral system has to be rethought to make sure that a mission like the MONUSCO mission, usually we are talking about UN missions, that they have more ways to act, and that they can actually protect people on site, and that they can actually make sure that international law and humanitarian law is respected. And I think as long as we've not solved this question of multilateralism, as long as it's not really been made clear what role international organizations such as the United Nations play, the international law is going to be disrespected by different parties. And this is a conflict that has been going on for over 20 years in the DRC. The mission has been here for many, many years as well, with the task of providing stability and protecting the people. Today, over 7 million people have been displaced in the DRC, internally displaced, and that is also due to the most recent actions taken by Rwanda. Rwanda has repeatedly provoked such situations for many years, and there have not been any countermeasures taken, no measures taken to ascertain the territorial integrity of the DRC. And that, of course, leads to reactions, and other countries might use that as a role model. It's a precedent that is created. Now, of course, it's a complex issue. The entire conflict itself is very complex, but I think we quickly have to tackle these issues, because in particular on our continent, on the African continent, this can set a precedent that can lead to more instability.
Missions with stronger mandates, which you get from a new composition of Security Council. Kaja Kallas, for the European Union and European Union members that have always been strong supporters of the UN, how do you look at the UN right now when the United States is withdrawing from the World Health Organization, withdrawing from the UN Human Rights Council, withdrawing from, I think, UNESCO, etc.? How do you look at that? Is Europe ready to take a lead there in defending the UN Charter?
Yes, first I would go back in history. Why United Nations was established after the Second World War, that there would be no more wars in the world. So the UN Charter states the principles, how the states should communicate with each other and what rights the states have. What we see now is that we have powers constantly violating UN Charter when it comes to Russia attacking Ukraine, when it comes to Congo, what is happening in Congo, when it comes to different wars in the world. So clearly the rules are not functioning correctly. The principles are still there, and EU stands behind all those principles when it comes to territorial integrity, sovereignty of countries. But we definitely have to really develop the international law further, because what we heard when President Xi of China visited President Putin of Russia, and he said there that you and I together, China and Russia together, we are leading the changes in the world not seen in 100 years. So I think this is something that we need to really keep an eye on. on. What the international order lacks is accountability. I mean, the principles are there, but what happens if you really violate those principles? And there we really need to work for the accountability so that we can prevent wars in the future. But I think every international crisis what we have had in history is also the room for developing the international law further. And we really need to get our act together, all those who believe in multilateralism. And like the previous speaker was saying, there is no alternative really. We have to do things together if we want to prevent peace. By the way, one of the elements of the United Nations when it was established, and the Security Council that was also established there was that there would not be, nuclear weapons for the smaller countries, because the bigger countries will keep peace in the world. But right now, if we see that this is not happening, I mean, then of course we could also see the proliferation of nuclear weapons, because that seems to be the only thing that protects you, and that is one very dangerous world.
Yes, but still, you also say that the principle as such, we should continue to adhere, make clear that also there is accountability for violation, etc. Volker, where you sit, responsible for human rights, defending human rights, how, when you get up in the morning, I mean, you must have had a nightmare before, because when you look at violations of international humanitarian law, international human rights law, it must be, as I said, a nightmare for you. How do you describe the situation, and what is the remedy?
I mean, I fully agree with the two presidents, with the High Representative, that we are going through a very profound change in the world. And it goes to the core of the value of multilateralism, and it goes to the core of the value not only of the Charter of the United Nations, but also of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and all the subsequent human rights instruments that we have developed so painstakingly after the end of the Second World War. In a multipolar world, if the multipolar world does not have rules or guardrails, it's chaos, it's unpredictability, it's violence. And I think we are really at that point where we have to, and this was precisely the period before the First World War. There were no rules, there were no guardrails in the way that in the 20th century they were built up. So it allowed everyone to say, well, this is my territory. I intervene here because of on the basis of a pretext that is, of course, totally ludicrous. And I cast aside with the greatest of ease the international humanitarian law framework and the international human rights framework that was established. For us, the response has to be consistency in the approach. We have to take each and every life seriously. It's not a question of politics or ideology, it's a question of care, and it's a question of establishing the facts, which we're doing, by the way, now that we got the Council resolution in the context of what's happening in Eastern Congo. We have to apply the law, and we have to commit to the law, and we should not throw the institutions and the office holders that are meant to do this under the bus, because I see, unfortunately, a lot more of that than ever before. We have direct attacks against international institutions, against international criminal system, against office holders that we have not seen in the same way before, and we cannot afford this, because if these institutions that are meant to be the guardrails are weakened, everyone is going to be weakened. And that's really important. But it's also important, and that's what human rights does, it is not only about violations and the doom and the gloom. It is also what has transformed societies for the better, what has promoted equalities around the world, what has promoted the richness and the diversity that we so much enjoy in our world. And it has transformed societies even on the economic and social grounds, on the development front, that we cannot even imagine if we didn't have that. So we need to go back to these roots and to the basics of it and be conscious of that.
Oh, thank you for this statement. Now I will turn to the audience, and we have, as Munich Security Conference, we have every year a group of Munich young leaders, and they're privileged to ask the first question. We have Kasper Sitemba, who is a technical support specialist for peace building, United Nations Resident Coordinator's Office, Kenya, who can tell from the ground how it is. And please ask your question.
Thank you very much. My question goes to the two presidents, Excellency Mahama and Excellency Tshisekedi. And what we've listened today is that the global system, the international system is changing in contested ways. But at the end of the day, as a believer in multilateralism, there's consensus that there's need for strengthened multilateralism. So the question to you is, do you believe that regional organizations, as they are right now, whether it's EAC, SADC, or the African Union, have the credibility to help you or all of us address some of the challenges that we face? And are there complementarities with the UN, with the reformed UN system right now for that to be able to happen? Thank you.
I think that the United Nations should be strengthening its partnership with the regional economic communities. I was going to make a comment about peacekeeping and saying that it doesn't work in every circumstance. There are circumstances where the UN cannot restore peace because there's a violent situation taking place. I remember with ECOWAS, when we had the Liberian Civil War, it took ECOWAS to form the ECOWAS Monitoring Group, ECOMOG, to go in while fighting was taking place, secure the port area, inject ECOWAS forces in there, and protect civilians and push back the rebels and create a safe zone. It's very difficult to insert a UN force into a situation like that. And so I do think that partnerships with RECs are important, and we must bring those closer. But for instance, right now, 3 of our neighbors, the Sahelian countries, are breaking away to form their own alliance. And that is because of the Islamic jihadist insurgency that is taking place. We could do a multinational joint task force, but our economies require those resources for healthcare, for education, and to provide other social services for our people. And so unless we got resources from an organization like the UN or the AU, it makes it difficult for us as a regional organization to make any intervention. And so I think that there should be stronger partnerships going forward between the regional economic communities and the United Nations.
Thank you. You want to respond?
Oui. En fait, j'ai toujours pensé que pour un continent comme l'Afrique,
yes, I've always believed that for a continent like Africa, in order for such a continent or a country on that continent can integrate properly, for example, through a free trade zone, that almost all African countries now are part of such a free trade zone. In order to do that, first of all, it's important to work together with regional economic organizations, such as the West African Economic Organization. But of course, you're right, they have to be credible. And this credibility can only be achieved if we uphold the principle that such communities have imposed on themselves, actually. If in such a regional organization you say, for example, we stand in solidarity, we are united, we have to reduce trade barriers or tariffs, and if then within that community one member state is being attacked, then there is no response to that, and that's not acceptable. So the principles of solidarity and protection are not applied, and that's a problem if we end up
with such a situation. And I believe that the credibility of regional economic organizations has a lot to do with upholding what they have imposed on themselves or what they have agreed to themselves. And I believe that is the true question. Multilateralism, yes, I do believe in that too, as you've asked the question. But today, there's a lot of hypocrisy associated with that. So we do have certain agreements that we made, but they only apply to some who feel that they are untouchable. And if these obligations affect others who have the same rights, then these obligations are no longer complied with. And that's what we need to talk about before we rebuild multilateralism.
Hypocrisy or setting of double standards, and Munich Security Conference, we just issued a paper on the issue, which is great. Now, I know that Kaja Kallas has to leave a bit earlier, so the next question, please, is turned to Kaja Kallas. Who would like to ask this question? Nobody for the High Representative. Yes, we have one. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dubai Bilhol. I'm the founder of Fikir Institute, a think tank in Dubai. And my question is, how do you see EU-GCC relations in the coming year? I know there was a lot of momentum towards the end of the previous administration. How do you see that relationship going forward, and in what areas of priority? Thank you.
Thank you. First, I think, well, European Union has a lot of possibilities in these turbulent times. I think in terms of multilateralism, we definitely are the reliable partner that everybody's looking at. So we see a lot of countries, but also organizations behind our doors, and we have different priorities for different regions, because you know, some are more strategic to our interest than the others. Of course, the funding or the really the most important interest or worry we have currently is the war going on in Ukraine. We can't overlook at that. So all the relationship we have with other countries as well is in that prism as well, because that is the existential threat for Europe. But there is clearly very good cooperation points for different regions, be it energy cooperation, be it you know, in different spheres. And I really feel that there's an opportunity for the European Union to really be present, visible, and put the European flag up in the relationship with other countries, because we are the reliable, predictable partner. And what comes to also the multilateral organizations, I think you know, we can't, of course, fill the gap if the United States is leaving that gap behind, but we want to do what we can in areas that are also strategic interest for us. So we are definitely looking ways to act as a geopolitical player and increase our geopolitical power as well.
Thank you. Next question. I think somebody wanted. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm the Minister of Defense of Rwanda, and I want just to put some clarification on the comment I had from the panel. So, first of all, the Rwanda is committed to supporting the multilateralism. The UN as a unifying force is more crucial than ever during this period of fragmented division. The foundation of a stronger UN lies in the reinforcement of multilateralism, and we must work together to collectively address global issues that lie ahead. As we heard from the panel, the crisis in the Eastern DRC is a challenge for all of us in the region. Rwanda has been heavily affected with devastating human, political, and economic consequences of a crisis. However, Rwanda has nothing to gain from an unstable DRC. On the contrary, our vision for prosperity is tied to regional stability and economic cooperation. If I give you an example, in 2021, Rwanda exported close to 700 million USD worth of goods to the Democratic Republic of Congo. In 2022, Rwanda also, our exchange with Congo was over 33% of our total exports. Why Rwanda would be a country with an ambitious agenda for socio-economic development and at the same time want to jeopardize this cooperation. So Rwanda's best interests and economic ambitions are better served by peace, not conflict. It is time to move beyond simplistic narratives and focus on facts and solutions.
Please. Yes.
Thank you. What I was trying to say is that we are not accepting the finger-pointing strategy because we want to know that Rwanda has the concern and Rwanda has never attacked the Congo and will never do so. What we have done is to ensure that nothing can cross from Congo and jeopardize our security. I thank you very much.
Well, thank you for your remark. We are not able here to resolve the issue, and we don't want to have a debate on this. What I propose is that maybe you'll try on the margins to talk to each other. I mean, this conference is about peace through dialogue. So instead of making declaration, maybe you could sit down and talk, and maybe the UN can help doing this. I don't know what is happening right, but this is not the right way forward. Kaya Kallas, I think you have to leave. Thank you very much, and thanks for still staying here. Thank you. Another question, yes, please. The two ladies, and you agree between yourself who is asking the first one.
Thank you very much. My name is Edith Kimani. I'm from Kenya, and I'm also a journalist. My question is to President Tshisekedi, because you said that it's important to work closely with regional organizations, but they have to be credible. And at the same time, you've also, on many occasions, called onto the international community to say something about what's happening in your country. So the question is, do you not trust that the AU, SADC, the EAC are doing enough to resolve the situation in Eastern Congo?
Mr. President.
Vous avez parlé de l'Union africaine ou de l'Union européenne? Parce que j'ai cru que vous avez dit...
You talked about the African Union, right?
No, I think elle a parlé de l'Union africaine.
Right?
Oui.
You talked about the African
Union. Parce que moi, j'ai eu
Union?
la traduction Union européenne. Oui. Oui, mais en fait, c'est pas que je n'ai pas confiance en l'Union africaine. D'ailleurs,
it's not as if I wouldn't trust the African Union. There is an issue with these regional economic organizations, and the same issue is one that we find with the African Union too. The worst is that the representatives of the African Union are non-permanent members of the Security Council of the United Nations, and that's a typical case that we are experiencing in my country at the moment. I'm surprised, actually, that there seems to be some kind of amnesia when it seems to be like that among the leading classes of Rwanda. Everyone can see how Rwanda's army has staged an invasion in our country, but here the minister says that they have not attacked us. So I believe they live in a different world. But let's come back to this crisis. There are three actors, or three members that represent Africa in the Security Council. They are non-permanent members, and they are not able to come to a resolution that will ban the malignant acts of Rwanda against us. And there are members on the Council that block this resolution that could condemn Rwanda. So all day there's talk about unity of the African continent, solidarity and fraternity, but when concrete realities are concerned, we are not able to uphold these principles and to voice them. And that's the problem about multilateralism in Africa. That really is the big issue. And that's why it really affects the credibility of our organizations. We have to be honest about that. At the international level, there's similar hypocrisy. It's unfortunate that Mrs. Callas had to leave, because in the European Union too, a memorandum of understanding has been signed with Rwanda, a country that has no resources, no natural resources, and the memorandum says that you want to exploit natural resources, but the country doesn't have any, and the country is well known for exploiting its neighbor. Do you think that is normal? That's a huge hypocrisy, right? Luckily, this is now public knowledge and has led to a mass movement, and now pressure is being put on the European Union to change that. It's unfortunate that you're only asking this question now, because it would have been really interesting to hear the High Representative on that question.
Stick around, so maybe you have a chance to pick it up with her afterwards. Although she's not in charge of the trade, nevertheless, she's member of the. Now we have 15 seconds left. Can you ask 10 seconds and have a 5-second answer?
Yes, I have one question to the DRC president. My name is Mime Fo. I am a journalist with the German broadcaster DW. Today we are having reports that the M23 rebels have taken over Bukavu, just at the airport in that strategic city. I wanted to first of all find out what your reaction is to this latest news from the DRC. And the second question that I wanted to find out from you is, it seems like African regional bodies are failing, and even you are here abroad also trying to seek solutions to the situation in the DRC. Is it possible for you to have one-on-one discussions with the president of Rwanda to put an end to the conflict in the DRC, and what is stopping you from doing that? That's my first question. And the other question is to...
One question only.
Okay, yes.
Sorry.
Je vais commencer par la dernière question sur les discussions avec le président du Rwanda.
I'll start with the last question about talking with the president of Rwanda. Yes, we've done that on 15th of December. A peace agreement was supposed to be signed, or negotiations were supposed to take place, but he did not come. He attacked us, and he violated the integrity of our borders. And for this reason, the question should be posed to him. And given the most recent events, of course, that is an affront, and we now have to address that. We are resolved to regain the integrity of our territory, and we will achieve that. It's now up to the international community to take on responsibility. The international community is armed, and it has supported Rwanda in the past. Rwanda is exploiting Congo's resources, so it's up to the international community to do everything to prevent this conflict spreading in the region, because we will not accept this kind of behavior. But there are other countries too that feel threatened. Burundi, for example, they've closed their borders to Rwanda, and there are also other countries that are thinking of what kind of position to take. And of course, it could lead to a spillover in the region. We will assume our responsibility, that's clear, but it's now also up to the international international community to do the same.
In this panel, we concentrated a bit too much on the DRC. On the other hand, this is a conflict that is happening right now where people lose their lives, and so it's also good for this conference not only to look at Ukraine but also look at what is happening in the DRC. When I was in the UN, our African colleagues in the Security Council always said, well, African solutions to African problems. But I understand from what you said that we are not there yet. But I can only tell you from the experience of the European Union, it is really very important that you have these international organizations, the African Union or the regional organizations that look after these problems and do it through discussions, debate, negotiations. And of course, as you said, they have to be empowered to do that. So I hope also that we make some progress there. And thank you to Volker Türk for being here. He is the one who is defending human rights. Not an easy job for him to do. But I think the most important is, and you said that before, on the UN, on the rules-based order, we have to go by the law. We have to go stay principled, no matter who is the culprit. We have to make the point, otherwise we lose the credibility. But I still believe, as I said in my speech, we don't have an alternative to the Charter of the UN, to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and thank you for confirming this, and let's work together to make it better. So thank you very much, and again, thank you for the two African presidents that you are spending your time here, but it's very valuable that you bring the issues here to Munich. Thank you.
You're watching BR24 live on this year's Munich Security Conference. Coming up next, a panel discussion called Seismic Shifts, More European Responsibility for Defense, with, among others, Boris Pistorius, Germany's Federal Minister of Defense. And we'll be right back after this. Aus. Welcome back to BR24 Live's coverage on this year's Munich Security Conference. Coming up next is a panel discussion called Seismic Shifts, More European Responsibility for Defense. You're watching BR24 Live. This should start in just an instant, so just stay with us and you won't miss a thing.
Thank you very much. I'm not used to applause, so thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am so honored to introduce our next speaker. Last year, he addressed this distinguished event by beginning with the words, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is not the time for sugarcoating today's reality. From the northern to the southern hemisphere, crises have been unfolding." This year, the crises still exist, but now they are compounded by questions about the strength and the commitment of some long-held alliances. To address this and more, please join me in welcoming the Federal Minister of Defense for Germany, Boris Pistorius.
President Noseda, Madam Chair Puzirev, Mrs. Kubi, ladies and gentlemen. Ich beginne auf Deutsch. Ich hatte eine Rede
Ladies and gentlemen,
vorbereitet
let me start in
zum Thema
German.
der heutigen
I
Veranstaltung.
did have a speech that I
Eine
prepared
Rede,
for
in der
today. It was a speech
eigentlich die
which was
Sicherheit in
supposed to
Europa
be
geht.
about security in Europe.
Aber ganz ehrlich, ich
But
kann nicht so
to be
beginnen,
honest, I cannot start my speech in the way that I originally intended
ich bin
to.
überzeugter Transatlantiker,
I am a
leidenschaftlicher
staunch believer in
ein
the
großer Freund
Transatlantic
Amerikas.
Alliance, and I am a
Der American
staunch
Dream hat
ally
mich
and
schon
friend of
früh
America.
fasziniert und
The American
geprägt.
dream is something that
Und gerade
has always
deswegen kann ich
fascinated me
nicht zur
and
Tagesordnung
influenced
gehen. Gerade
me.
deswegen
And this is
kann
why
ich die
I
Rede,
cannot just
die wir vorhin
ignore
vom
what we heard
US-Vicepräsidenten
before. I
gehört
cannot
haben, nicht
not
unkommentiert
comment on the speech we heard by the
Wir
US
kämpfen
Vice
auch
President.
dafür, dass du gegen uns sein
We
kannst.
fight for your right to be
Das ist
against
das
us.
Selbstverständnis der Bundeswehr.
That is
Und
the
steht
motto, one of the
dafür
mottos
auch
of
für
the
unsere
Bundeswehr,
Demokratie.
and it stands for
Diese
our
Demokratie
democracy.
wurde vom US-Vizepräsidenten
This
für ganz
democracy
Europa
that was
vorhin
just
in Frage
called
gestellt.
into question by the
Er
US
spricht
Vice
von
President, and
Annual
not just the
Election of
German
Democracy.
democracy, but Europe as a
Und
whole.
wenn ich ihn richtig verstanden habe,
He spoke of the
vergleicht er
annulment of
Zustände in Teilen
democracy, and
Europas
if I
mit denen in
understood him
autoritären
correctly,
Regimen.
he compares
Meine Damen und Herren,
the condition
das
of
ist nicht
Europe with the
akzeptabel.
condition that prevails in some authoritarian regimes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not acceptable.
Das ist nicht akzeptabel und das ist nicht das
This is not
Europa.
acceptable. This
Nicht
is
die
not
Demokratie,
the
in der ich
Europe,
lebe
not
und
the
der ich gerade
democracy
Wahlkampf mache.
where I live and where
Das
I
ist nicht die
conduct my
Demokratie,
election
die ich
campaign
in
right
unserem
now. And
Parlament
this is
erlebe.
not the democracy
In dieser Demokratie
that
hat
I
jede
witness
Meinung
every
eine
day
Stimme.
in our parliament.
Wir
In
ermöglicht
our
es in
democracy,
Teilen
every
extremistische
opinion
Parteien
has
wie
a
der
voice.
AfD
And it makes it
ganz normal
possible for
Wahlkampf zu
parties that are partly
Genau wie
extremists,
jede
such
andere
as the
Partei.
AfD,
Das
and
ist
they
Demokratie.
can campaign just as any other party. This is democracy.
Und hätte der Vizepräsident
And if the
gestern
Vice
Gelegenheit gehabt,
President
bei
had
Ankunft
the
den Fernseher
opportunity to
einzuschalten,
switch on his TV
hätte er
set
eine
when he
Spitzenkandidatin
arrived
dieser
last
Partei
yesterday,
zur Primetime im
he
deutschen Fernsehen.
would have seen one of
In
those
unseren Pressekonferenzen
candidates at
werden übrigens auch
in
Medien
primetime
zugelassen, die
TV.
russische Propaganda
By the way,
verbreiten.
we even
Und die Vertreter
admit
der
media
Bundesregierung
that spread
müssen
Russian
Rede und
propaganda,
Antwort stehen.
and the
Ausgeschlossen wird niemand, nur weil er unser
representatives
Wording
of the
nicht
federal
teilt.
government answer their questions. Nobody is excluded.
Demokratie bedeutet aber nicht,
But democracy
dass die
does
laute
not
Minderheit
mean that
automatisch Recht hat.
a vociferous minority will automatically be right,
muss sich wehren
and they
können
cannot
gegen die
decide what
Extremisten, die
truth
zerstören
is.
wollen.
It does not
Und ich sag's
mean
Ihnen,
that
wie es ist. Ich bin
anyone can
froh,
say anything, and
dankbar
democracy
und
must
stolz,
be
in
able
einem
to defend
Europa zu
itself
leben,
against extremists that
das
try
diese
to destroy
Demokratie
it.
und unsere
I
Art
am
und Freiheit zu
happy
leben
to live
jeden
in
Tag
Europe
verteidigt
where
gegen
this
ihre inneren
democracy
Feinde
is defended
und gegen
every
ihre
day
äußeren.
against its internal and external enemies.
Deswegen trete ich dem Eindruck,
and therefore, I would like to explicitly contradict and oppose the impression that Vice President Vance suggested here, that our democracies oppress and silence minorities. We not only know against whom we defend our countries, but also what we defend it for. It's for democracy, for freedom of opinion, for the rule of law and the dignity of each and every one, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, but unlike the Vice President, I would also like to focus my speech on the most pressing questions of European and transatlantic security. The last days have confirmed what many had speculated for months. The United States are pushing for a quick peace settlement between Russia and Ukraine, and they expect Europe to take the lead in securing any agreement that follows. These negotiations can be a turning point for our continent and for transatlantic relations, a historic turning point that can go into very different directions. The choices we make now will determine whether we live in peace or in crisis. They will determine our future and the future of the next generation in Europe, but also beyond. We must ensure that Ukraine is not left alone, ladies and gentlemen, because one thing remains unchanged. There will be no lasting peace in Europe without a strong and free Ukraine. There will be no sustainable rules-based order if aggression prevails. We must equally make sure that Russia does not emerge from this war as an even bigger threat than before. A fragile peace that only postpones the next war is not an option. Yesterday, there was strong consensus among NATO allies that imperialist powers will only respond to deterrence and strength, be it in Europe or in the Indo-Pacific. Therefore, we must and we will negotiate from a position of strength. Three things are crucial for that. First, European and Ukrainians must play an active part in the negotiations. Only united we will be able to stand strong. Only united will we negotiate a stable and long-lasting peace. Second, Ukraine needs to negotiate from a position of strength. Germany will therefore remain the largest supporter of Ukraine on this continent. And we will continue our engagement in the near future and beyond. Third, the transatlantic alliance must not take anything off the table before the peace talks have even started. Discussions about Ukraine's NATO membership or territorial issues must take place at the negotiating table with careful consideration and in close coordination among allies. At the same time, Secretary Hexet made it very clear that the US will remain engaged in NATO and in Europe. But the recent statements are also a strong reminder of what has been clear for many years, if we are honest. We Europeans have to contribute the lion's share to conventional deterrence and defense in Europe. We need to shape the reality we live in before it shapes us. Yesterday in NATO, we agreed to develop a roadmap. That was my proposal, a roadmap to organize the burden shifting from the US to Europe in the years to come, and to avoid at the same time, by orchestrating it, that we run in capability gaps which are critical. It is time for fewer promises now and more action. That is why my French colleague Sébastien Lecornu and I established the Group of Five together with the United Kingdom, Poland and Italy at the end of last year, to chart a course for a strong Europe. We will use this format to develop the roadmap in the upcoming month and discuss it with our allies, especially with the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to make European responsibility a reality, we are taking strong measures in all important areas of defense, with regards to money, material and operational readiness. Last year, Germany committed 2% of its GDP to defense. Within just 2 years, we nearly doubled our investments in procurement. Other European nations have made similar successful efforts. Security guarantees the future for all of us and for the next generation. We have the responsibility to invest in the future. For Germany, that means further increasing our defense spending. We need substantial financial means that cannot simply be cut out of the current budget. Excluding defense spending from our national debt limit is therefore inevitable. Security is not a short-term expenditure, it is a long-term commitment. That is why I am developing a 10-year program. We need to make defense spending more predictable. That means achieving security next generation. At the European level, we need to act in a similar way. We must ensure that all countries can effectively strengthen their security. That should involve adapting the Maastricht criteria to allow nations that face tight budgetary restrictions a greater flexibility to defense investments. And it would also involve a shift towards defense in the priorities of the European Union's multi-annual financial framework, just as we heard it by Mrs. von der Leyen earlier. More cash, that's the truth, must of course translate into more capabilities. It's not about money, it's about capabilities. Germany launched a defense industry strategy to create the right political, economic and regulatory framework to quickly make our defense industry more innovative, agile and resilient. We streamlined our procurement processes, and together with industry, we are expanding our production capacities while pushing for a stronger European defense industrial base. Because one thing is certain, Europe needs a strong, more sovereign defense industry. We cannot afford excessive dependencies. This has never been clearer than today, as we see the geopolitical landscape shifting. Maintaining our technological advantage is crucial, particularly in areas such as artificial intelligence, space and quantum technology. These investments generate positive spillover effects across our entire research landscape and overall economy. We need more European solutions while maintaining strong cooperation with our transatlantic partners. We need both in order to increase our defense capacities as quickly and comprehensively as possible while building and maintaining a strong industrial base. Simply put, we Europeans must develop together, build together, buy together, deploy together, even if that involves adapting and merging certain industries and setting aside national interests in some cases. This requires better coordination of who produces what to avoid duplicating efforts. We have proved that we are capable for this. The European Sky Shield Initiative is an example. The same is true for the European long-range strike approach initiated by Germany and France. And let me mention one more example, the German-Norwegian submarine project. Soon, German crews will be able to sail on Norwegian submarines and vice versa. This is European defense integration in action. We are inviting additional nations to join, also from across the Atlantic. This will boost NATO's naval presence from the shores of the Baltic Sea, across the Atlantic, all the way to the Arctic, which the latter being more and more in the focus of NATO's adversaries. Projects like these are the future of procurement. They show what we can achieve when we act together and overcome national constraints. That brings me to operational readiness. After Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, we have significantly scaled up our efforts to secure NATO's eastern flank. We increased our presence in the air, on land and at sea. As of this year, 35,000 personnel stand prepared at the highest readiness levels to defend NATO's territory if needed. In Lithuania, we are moving from a rotational to a permanent presence. Together with our allies, we have as many as 1,400 boots on the ground today as part of the multinational battle group Lithuania. We are in the midst of preparing the permanent deployment of a full combat-ready brigade, we will have roughly 5,000 personnel permanently in Lithuania in the years to come. On this note, thank you very much, President Nausėda, for being such an exemplary partner in the historic endeavor. But our commitment on the eastern flank does not and will not stop in Lithuania, also and especially after a potential peace in Ukraine. We are well aware Russia will remain a threat. We are assuming more leadership responsibility in the multinational core, Northeast, to bolster deterrence and defense in the region. This is a true example of our shared commitment to security. Ladies and gentlemen, this week has a week of decision. Next week, it will be the German voters that will make a choice. A lot is at stake in this election. I trust that the German voters will send a strong message. Germany will remain a reliable ally. Germany will continue to work towards a stronger and more secure Europe. And Germany will continue to take on more responsibility and leadership in Europe. The challenges of the coming months and years will be enormous, but so is our ability to tackle them. As long as we stand together, as long as we remain committed to our security and our values of liberal democracy, I have no doubt the future is ours to shape. Thank you.
Panelists up on stage, please, our speakers. Come on up. As I get situated, I also want to remind the audience that we are going to have some time for a Q&A at the end of this panel. But if you have a burning question on the topic we're discussing, raise your hand, get my attention. I'm hoping that we can all, you can't do it before we started talking. You can't. But we do hope to make this, please come up, Mr. President, to make this a conversation for everyone. So we are very fortunate today to have President Gitanas Nausėda, the President of the Republic of Lithuania. Thank you. We've just heard from Minister Pistorius, of course, and then we have the Secretary of the Committee on National Defense and Armed Forces, Natalia Puzirev. Thank you for being here, ma'am. Many of you may be wondering, Minister Healy, the British Defense Minister, was actually scheduled to be here. He had a scheduling issue or transportation issue getting here, which means for me, you each get probably one or even two more questions, since I don't have him up here, so any complaints about that can go right to GCHQ. When the wonderful conference organizers came to me, first approached about a panel discussing whether Europe would have to accept more security responsibility several weeks ago, it seemed almost theoretical at the time. Or at a minimum, it was a longer-term evolution of change in security in Europe. But just this week alone, it has become much more of an immediate reality. So I do want to start with that. Mr. President, Germany, as we heard from the minister, is planning to station 5,000 more soldiers, a combat brigade in Lithuania as a permanent presence by 2027. Do you see the comments that we're getting out of the United States right now, including possibly eliminating the European Defense Initiative and openly discussing pulling back the security presence here in Europe? Are you concerned that the U.S. support for NATO has shifted from a tangible, visible presence to more of a commitment that's more words than action?
I am in really a very tricky situation because I am representing the country which is probably one of the most transatlantically enthusiastic, and we all the time supported this transatlantic bond as one of the key pillars of European security. Yes, we receive a lot of signals which might be confusing for us, which might raise some questions about the future, about the perspectives. But probably right now it would be too premature to draw the conclusions and to say that we have to face new reality. We have to restructure, to regroup, to rethink ourselves and probably go another way. NATO is a very strong organization. NATO used to be a very strong organization during the very long period of Cold War. Why? Because it was determined. It was really ready to fight back, ready to retaliate, and this created certain balance between the former Soviet Union and NATO. I think we should create strong NATO organization, but first of all, we have to deliver on our promises. And if we are talking that we have to take more responsibilities, I am thinking about the summit of NATO in Wales. There was a promise to invest 2% of our GDP 11 years ago. What happened in Vilnius? Vilnius summit, we were hosting in Vilnius NATO summit in 2023. There was the promise to spend on defense, yes, again 2%, but the 2% as a floor of investment. And now we are talking, approaching The Hague, we are talking about 3% spending. But the situation is totally different. Average spending of NATO countries is 1.9% of GDP. Despite long discussions, despite nice plans, we are still below threshold of 2%. In this situation, I think we have to be honest to ourselves and to do much more. And I'm talking not only about defense spending, but I am talking about support to Ukraine and other issues. My country is ready to do what is needed, and recently we have announced that the defense spending in 2026, 2030 should reach the level of 5 to 6% of GDP. This is really pretty high figure, and we will be putting a lot of efforts in order to achieve this level. Another important element of Eastern flank countries, and especially Baltic countries, close cooperation with our friends. And I really have to say that Mr. Boris Pistorius, the Minister of Defense of Germany, is a person who was very emotionally engaged into this project. And probably you, dear Minister, were the person who was truly believing to the success of this project from the very beginning. And now this is a matter of our honor to do the rest, to deliver on our promises, to implement all the measures which are necessary for full accommodation, training of a German brigade. And we are sure that we will be able to deliver. I see the defense minister of Lithuania, and she agrees with me. So I think this is a good guarantee that we will proceed. But coming back to your question, I think we have to take more responsibility. We have to deliver more. We have to require from ourselves much more than we did in the past. And we should use all the possibilities not to lose the transatlantic bond. I still strongly believe in the transatlantic bond, but of course we have to closely work with our partners, United States, and this is our duty to do.
It's generally a good idea to agree with the president for job security, just so you know. Smart. Because the president brought up money, Mr. Minister, I want to ask you about that. I believe Germany reported to NATO spending about 90.6 billion euros in defense spending in 2024, but about 20 billion of that was from the special fund. That met the 2% threshold for Germany. But if I understand it correctly, the special fund may not be around for much longer. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm a journalist. Math is not my strong suit, clearly. But is it even possible, now that this discussion of 5%, I mean, that's becoming more mainstream, or at a minimum 3%, is it even possible for Germany to meet that?
From my perspective, it's not the question whether it is possible or not or achievable. It has to be. There's no doubt about not a question of whether, but of when and how quickly. Because, I mean, we can discuss about 5%. I don't care. Sorry to say that, because my primarily focus is to achieve the NATO capability requirements which we have to face in summer. And the head of states will then conclude. This is the challenge we have to fulfill, and to do that in between the years we get for that. And that might cost in 1 year 100 billion in Germany, and the next year 120, and the next 90. I don't care. We have to make it possible. We have to make it happen. And therefore, I'm quite convinced, and I mentioned it earlier, we have to understand, we need to understand in Europe and in Germany too, that security is absolutely crucial. Without security, anything else is nothing. If we don't acknowledge that investments in security is investment in our future before we can discuss anything else, then we make a severe mistake for our children and grandchildren. And therefore, and I know very well it is a challenge for every society, to be honest. I mean, we are now spending, you named the number, in 2028 the special fund will be spent totally. Then we go back, if nothing happens, to 52, 53 billion euros a year, which means something about 1.3 or something like that. So the next government coming in office after the elections, Sunday 23rd, anytime, the first challenge it will have to face is to solve that issue. How do we manage the budget for 28 and follows? Because we need at least 85 to 90 billion euros in 28 for achieving 2%. To achieve 3% would mean 120 billion, 130 billion, which would mean, compared with today, with a regular budget of my ministry, more than 70 billion euros more. So it has to come from anywhere. And I don't believe it is possible to cut that out of the regular budget. Social welfare, healthy system, infrastructure. It is impossible. Then we will have a division of our societies, and the only ones who will benefit of that will be the far right and populist parties. And that will damage our democracies. And therefore it is so crucial to acknowledge that finally we have to do more as quickly as possible.
Madame, I want to ask you about the French military and support for Ukraine. They've already been training Ukrainian troops for some time now. We heard from the US Defense Secretary this week saying that he believes if peacekeepers go to Ukraine, if there is some sort of a peace deal or a ceasefire, they should not be under NATO and they should not have Article 5 protection. Do you believe that France should send peacekeepers if there is an agreement, a peace agreement, and should they have Article 5 protections?
Yes, it's working. Thank you. First, I wanted to thank Minister Pistorius for his words, because if we have to compare the freedom of speech in Europe, I think it's better than in Russia. Yeah, much better. So coming to the question, yes, it's again a question, a matter of political will. And we often refer to the coalition of the willing and the capable, and this is part of the European Constitution treaty. So, of course, the threat is not perceived the same way by different countries, but I think we more or less all agree that Russia is a long-lasting threat. It's even existential to some countries, like the Baltic countries. I think Russia has a plan. It will start by Moldova or Georgia, but it can, penetrate even Europe. So we are really in danger, and the manipulation of information is part of the risk we have to face because it can jeopardize our democracies. We have seen it in Romania recently. So coming back to what the coalition of willing and capable could do, because I don't see France going on its own for sure, so we need to have partners, and there are partners I know that are well prepared. We have within the Weimar Triangle, plus, I would say, and plus the UK, plus other partners. Of course, we should get some insurances, guarantees that there's a good, say, air cover, air transportation facilities. There are some solutions that I'm not able to discuss now, but you cannot send troops, even if our military are completely professional militaries, and they will do what they are tasked for. But of course, it's not that easy. The thing is that because of the threat, we have to give security guarantees to Ukraine. And if there's a way that European can make it on a way or another, securing the border, providing more equipment, of course, we shall consider it. We have certainly, on the other hand, to ramp up our industrial capabilities. This is what we are doing in France, trying to produce more munitions, missiles, and so on. On the third point is really we have to invest in R&D, because there will be a huge transformation of the combat on the ground. I think we'll use more AI, as it was said, quantum computing, to speed up the process, so that we can have this kind of collaborative combat, you know, using drones and everything, and it will need a lot of investment in these technologies. And this is where we have to prepare for the future. We have really to take our responsibility, because it's for the next generation. We have to prepare for the skills. It's not only about, producing equipment. We need to have the competencies, the skills. We need to have the engineers. We have to have the technicians. They should not go abroad to be able to work on AI and so on. So this was part of also your remarks. So maybe I will stop there.
Great. I promised I would take audience questions if you have something that's burning. Here, grab my mic. I feel like Oprah. I'm walking into the crowd. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alexei Goncharenko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. My question is, striking speech of Vice President Vance. He was critical, very critical towards Europe, not so critical towards Russia. And he didn't mention Russia and Russian war against Ukraine almost at all. And so my question is, yesterday I heard from Pete Hegseth, new Secretary of Defense, that Uncle Sam will never be Uncle Sucker. And I completely agree, but also Uncle Sam should never be Uncle Shame, So that is important. And my question is, what will be done by Europe in order in 1 year not to listen to speech like this? Thank you.
Maybe you should address that question to another place. I don't know. I mean, what should I do? I mean, we admit all the time that the critics are right, that we have to do more and that we did too little in the years before. Much too little, to be honest. 2% is not enough, everybody knows it, and up to date, the President mentioned it earlier, not even all countries in NATO members in Europe have already achieved the 2%. And it's a challenge, as I mentioned too. So we don't disagree. And I even, when I talked to Pete Hegseth yesterday, I said to him, I fully agree that you will shift your focus more from Europe to the Indo-Pacific. And together we need to shift more focus, more attention to the Arctic too at the same time. So to expect from European side that the US will engage as much as in the past, in the future too, while at the same time doing more in Indo-Pacific and Arctic would be naive. And we have to take that responsibility. So therefore, acting is better than words in that place. If we do that, I don't know what's happened. And I don't know whether we will have to listen to a speech like that again. But anyway, it's better to have a hot heart and a cool head than the other way around.
Can I ask you, just since you mentioned that you were with Secretary Hegseth yesterday, this week, what did you think when he said that the United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement?
Well, it's no secret what I think about that. I emphasized it already several times. I'm not the world's most important and famous deal maker. But if I were, I would know that I don't take any essential point of negotiations off the table before the negotiations begin. I would never do that. And
Did it damage Ukraine's standing? to all?
I don't know whether it damaged anything or not, but it makes it much more complicated and difficult. And afterwards, I heard some news from Washington, Wall Street Journal, and others that might be the final position. So what we experience in the moment is like we have in German the nice word like cacophony, multiple voices all over the world, and maybe we should step back a little bit and wait until all the noises get lower.
Please, sir.
I would like to comment a bit on you mentioned in your initial speech about the quick deal or a quick peace in Ukraine, and is closely related to your question. I think this is very dangerous idea to achieve the quick peace in Ukraine, and I have discussed this issue today with the President Zelenskyy. Ukraine will never take such quick peace at any cost. And we are talking about territorial sovereignty and integrity of the country, which is suffering, which is, of course, fighting back, and which is trying to survive. And in this situation, we have to put Ukraine in the position of strength. Right now, Russia feels to be on the stronger side and tries to dictate the conditions. In this situation, we have to negotiate tough, and we have to be at the table of negotiations. Because a lot was said about the role of Europe before the war end and after the war end, and the responsibilities of Europe are very high and very important. So without Europe, I cannot imagine any negotiation process. And of course, it would be really misunderstanding if the negotiations will take place without Ukraine itself, because Ukraine is fighting, and Ukraine is really putting a lot of efforts to withstand this enormous pressure of Russian Federation. And we have to be very strongly on the side of Ukraine. So our deliveries are not only the deliveries to ourselves, our responsibilities, our homework to do, but we have to deliver on our promises to Ukraine. And unfortunately, I have to say, and I have to admit that not in all cases we are able to deliver. We heard so many declarations during the last 3 years. And if we calculate closely what those declarations, declarations were fulfilled, the result is not very encouraging, unfortunately. My country, Nordic countries, Germany, other countries, were strong enough to deliver and keep the promises. This is very important, especially in this stage of the war.
Yes, very quickly. Some American fellow congressmen said that Donald Trump would strike a strong deal. So just let it be. Let's hope it will be a strong deal, and that it will imply that the Europeans will be involved in the negotiation along with the Ukrainians, of course.
I do want to take a question from one of our Munich young leaders.
Hi, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to very much thank you, Minister, for what you said on European democracy at the beginning of your speech. I think you captured the feeling of many people in the room, so I just wanted to thank you for this. My question is My question is the following. It's on security guarantees, because we discussed about increasing the responsibilities of Europe in defense in the midterm, but this question may come earlier. So my question is the following. How concretely can European countries play a strong role into providing such guarantees that would ensure a lasting peace in Ukraine and prevent further aggression by Russia? And as a sub-question, what could be, would be, should be the role of the US in this respect, also in light of the recent statements we've heard, and you referred to it, by Pete Hegseth in the past few days?
I would like, if you don't mind, to put that in the order of what is coming up. I mean, the first step was a phone call between President Trump and President Putin Wednesday at lunchtime, I think. Nothing happened since then, as far as I'm informed, except correcting the first decision that Ukraine is will now be at the table anyway. It's a good correction of what they said before. But we have to wait what's going to happen now, because if European countries, I don't want to name it, 5 or 7 or European Union or whatever, but if no European participation is guaranteed and is achieved in that process of negotiations, it's hard to imagine that Europe will then afterwards have the responsibility to achieve the guarantees. I mean, this is quite crazy. So it is about negotiating together with Ukraine, Russia, and the US, of course. And Pete Hegseth said yesterday there will be no US boots on the ground in Ukraine, and the European allies has to achieve that on their own. And I said to him quite frankly and publicly that we have to acknowledge and realize that we have a gap of deterrence capabilities in the among the European NATO members. That means without the US deterrence capabilities, we won't be able to achieve that security guarantees in Ukraine, at least for the next years to come, not alone. So that's the same challenge we have with NATO and doing less by the Americans in the years to come. In both cases, we need a roadmap. We need a concept which we work on together, hand in hand, and which we go alongside, step by step together. Then everything is thinkable for the future, but not for the short-term future.
Yes, I would like to come back to the fact that I said earlier that Putin has a plan. His plan is to demilitarize Ukraine, to make it neutral, to get rid of Zelenskyy, to put a man in place, and not to allow any NATO, of course, but any European troops in Ukraine. So we are far from, a negotiation that can deliver what we think it could be. But of course, we are at this defining moment of, thinking about a possible resolution. But we are far, far from it.
Therefore, I'm so, cautious to speculate about what we might do in a couple of years. I don't take part in those discussions, at least not publicly.
We only have about 2 minutes left, and I have 12 pages of questions left.
Okay,
so
let's succeed.
I'm going to, yes.
It's my
unless we have
fault.
3 more hours, I'm going to do a quick lightning round with all of you. First, the speech by Vice President J.D. Vance today. Yes or no? Did you expect that he would come up here and criticize Europe for the need for more free speech and democracy? Madame, I'll start with you.
Very quickly. I thought he would speak at least about Ukraine and Russia. I could not believe he would speak about the freedom of speech in Europe and point out, Germany and UK. Of course, he would not mention France because it's better not to mention France. But it's not my... But no, for me, it was unexpected.
Right. apologize, Mr. Minister. I think we heard your feelings, but
yes, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I exceeded my speech, so please, Mr. President.
Mr. President, did you expect to hear that from the Vice President today?
First of all, I would like to expect that we come to the table, we discuss all the issues honestly, frankly, as our friends do. And even probably right now it does not look like this, but I remember 2019, London, summit of NATO. The conversations were not very polite at that time also, between Donald Trump, between former Chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel. But at the end of the day, we managed to take very important decisions in London and afterwards. So let me hope that we still have the potential to cooperate together, because everything is at stake. And right now we don't have the right to make the mistakes. And one of the cruelest mistakes would be just to abolish our transatlantic bond with United States. I know that I am unpopular here, talking about strong transatlantic bond. No, but believe me, it's very important for the Baltic states, which currently host 1,000 American soldiers, battalion on the persistent basis. We are hosting them beside German soldiers. So we rely heavily on our friends, all our friends, not trying to emphasize one of them.
You are not unpopular at all with that statement, not at all.
No one's ever going to say you're unpopular when you're on stage, you know? Okay, we're totally out of time, but I'm going to ask really a yes or no question for all of you. President Trump has talked about having closer relations with Vladimir Putin. Yes or no, does that concern you going forward? Just a yes or no?
Well, it's a concern, for sure. And it's the first step to normalization of Putin that has happened, already taken place.
I mean, the experience we made in Europe with Vladimir Putin is quite clear. We could never trust him, and we won't be ever able to trust him. So we have to be very careful what we do. And still, it's, of course, better to talk and to negotiate than to do not.
I fully agree with Minister, because you cannot trust Vladimir Putin. We have so long experience in communicating and having the relations with Russian Federation, and you cannot trust. But switching back to your question, I think this is very important to understand that, yes, as a first stage, these discussions are okay, but in the second stage, we need the involvement of Europe, involvement of Ukraine, most importantly. Ukraine is a critical part of these negotiations, because otherwise I cannot understand what is going on.
Thank you all so much. We have to leave it there. It was a fascinating discussion. Thank you to the Munich Security Conference as well.
You're watching BR24 live, covering this year's Munich Security Conference, taking place at the Hotel Bayerischer Hof in Munich, Bavaria, Germany. And we'll be right back after this with another panel discussion called Live to Vote Another Day, Fortifying Democratic Resilience. Welcome back. You're watching BR24 live, covering this year's Munich Security Conference, and we'll dive right in with another panel discussion, Live to Vote Another Day, Fortifying Democratic Resilience.
And we will host the panel today on the question of democracy, the state of democracy, and I hope more people come because the room looks awfully empty for such an important issue. I would like my panelists to join me up here.
Hello.
Do sit down. So before we dive in, I just wanted to sort of take stock of where we are. A celebrity billionaire has become the voice of ordinary Americans. China proclaims to be the biggest democracy in the world. Russia has become the new role model for how to invade your neighbor. The German government has collapsed. The French government is in a permanent state of near collapse, which means that Italy is now officially the most stable democracy in Europe. Now, democracy is something that's on many people's mind. Many Europeans are worried about the state of democracy in America at the moment. J.D. Vance is very worried about the state of democracy in Europe, as we heard today. Something that's going on and that I hope we can touch on today is this fight over what makes a democracy a democracy. And I have a great lineup of people here today who have all been dealing with this issue in their various countries. I'd like to come to you first, Elissa, since the whole world is currently trying to make sense of the reality of Trump #2. You are a senator and you are a Democrat. So I guess I want to start by asking you whether our premise is fair. Is this a crisis of democracy, or is this a crisis of the Democrats? Because Mr. Trump, of course, got a mandate, a clear mandate, and even turnout was up. So is democracy perhaps doing fine?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me, and thanks for including me in the panel. I think, just by the sheer scope of instances and countries you just went through, I think it demonstrates that we have a crisis of democracy. I don't think it's just the United States, although certainly we do in the United States. I think it's something that's going on globally where people are not feeling the benefits of a democracy in the way that we were taught. And while I am a Democrat, I also won on the same ballot just now in November with Donald Trump. My voters voted for Donald Trump and Elissa Slotkin on the same ballot. And there I can tell you the mandate was not about ignoring the Constitution or putting a broligarch in charge of the government. It was inflation was too high, prices were too high, and I'm going to vote for the person who says that they can lower those costs. So I think it's important not to conflate a mandate on lowering prices, which is yet to be seen, versus a mandate to do some of the things that are going on right now, which, constitute, I think, close to a constitutional crisis in the United States.
So it's very important to zero in on this difference. We often have these ideological swings, but you're saying this change of the guards is actually something much more fundamental. They are challenging constitutional democracy itself. How confident are you that in 4 years' time, those checks and balances will have survived?
Well, I think we're in the middle of this first 100 days of President Trump, and he is absolutely pushing the boundaries of our Constitution, and in some cases rolling right over them. Our courts have been involved. Obviously, the legislature is involved, and it's yet to be seen how he reacts. Does he get pushed back? And we're now back in the boundaries, or does he just keep going, rifling over those? So I think it's yet to be seen. But I think what is important, again, from the place I come from, not every single person is sitting around their table talking about the ideological shifts in constitutional democracies. They're looking at the price of food, the price of gas. They can't get a new home, and they feel that very acutely. So, you can't pay your rent with democracy. So while people may not be thinking about it every single day, that doesn't mean we don't have a responsibility to have conversations like this, but it's just a reminder that we need to have the conversations outside of our capitals and bring home these ideas to people's pocketbooks and their kids. Because at the end of the day, at least in the United States, that is how people vote.
And I actually want to come to that point in a more sort of in a deeper way and actually have a bigger conversation about the sort of what we can do and what in particular center-left parties can do, because my sense from reporting in countries like Germany, the UK and France, people feel almost betrayed more by the center-left than the center-right, because center-left parties always said that they would have their back. But I want to go first to you, Rafał. You are the mayor of Warsaw. You're also running for president in your country. And Poland has been here before. You have had 2 terms of democratic backsliding and illiberal democracy. It would be interesting to know what your advice would be as the US is entering this phase now. What would you recommend how to safeguard checks and balances at this point?
Well, I'm not going to be so presumptuous as to give advice to anyone, but I can tell you that, yeah, we've been there. And when it started in Poland, the democratic backsliding 9 years ago when the conservative populists won, lots of my friends in the US and in Western Europe thought that this is just a Polish-Hungarian problem. And I was telling them this is a problem with democracy. There's no longer a differentiation between the right and the left. It's a question of rising polarization. It's a question of social media. The algorithms work the way they work, which means that they actually emphasize conflict. And of course, it's time of multiple crises with which we have to deal, and the time of parties which are anti-establishment, which are winning everywhere. So we need to deal with that. And of course, Poland is a good case because we proved to be very resilient. And at the end of the day, the Democrats won. We still have one more election to go because we need to win the presidential elections to sort of close the cycle and entrench democracy in Poland. But we've won. Why? Because we have a very strong civil society. We had very strong non-governmental organizations. And we were very smart in the 90s when we've regained full independence after the communist rule, because we really devolved power. So there's a lot of power in the hands of the local governments. And it so happens that populists do not really win, regional elections that easily. So most of the power in the cities and in the regions was in the hands of the Democrats, which staunchly defended our principles. And also because, those crises made us very careful and resilient. And at least there was an agreement, even with the populists. We were on the same page when it came to security, when it came to strengthening our defense capabilities and so on and so forth. So there was this thread of understanding, which of course was so crucial in the moment of crisis and when Russia invaded Ukraine.
I mean, after these 2 terms, when a lot of rollback happened, when, particularly in the media and in the judiciary, what would you say, how easy it is to come back from that? Because that is the other concern, of course, and it's important perhaps to educate American voters and others about, these are institutions that took a long time to build. And we're seeing a lot of potential damage being done in the first few weeks already. So I guess the question to you is, how are you doing in reversing some of the damage that was done in those 2 terms? And how easy is it actually to repair institutions?
I mean, the real problem is that, populists sometimes do not have any qualms about breaking the Constitution. So if someone is breaking the Constitution, what do? I mean, we do have our checks and balances, and some of them held pretty strongly in Poland, right? But, I mean, the populists were simply breaking the Constitution. So now our problem is that we are doing it, but it's difficult to revert some of the things that they were doing because our president holds the right of veto. And we want to do it by the book. We want to introduce bills which are going to introduce changes back to where we were when for example, when it comes to the independence of the judiciary and so on and so forth. It is difficult, but we're doing it. I mean, the important thing is that the dualism, if someone breaks the Constitution and, for example, nominates new judges, breaking all the rules, or nominates cronies for the Constitutional Court in Poland who were not even judges, I mean, to reverse that is very difficult, and it's of course terrible for democracy. It's terrible for the rule of law, for economy, and so on and so forth. So we've proposed a way out to the president, but he was not ready to accept it. So we are slowly reverting to the rule of law, and we reverted in many cases. But in order to entrench that, we need to win the presidential elections.
Well, and that's where you come in. If you don't, which is a possibility, would that just mean that in the judiciary, that would just become a fact of life? You wouldn't be able to do anything about that constitutionally? You wouldn't be able to reverse those?
Well, unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, that would mean that we would have, sort of like, two dual states with two types of judges and so on, which is untenable for democracy. And fortunately, as I've said, local democracy, the media, held strong. I mean, Poland is a completely different case than Hungary because we devolved power, because our society held strong. Even, I always give this comparison. Warsaw's budget is $7 billion a year. Budapest is just $1 billion. And they just, are fully reliant on subsidies from government. So it shows you that the devolution of power, so for example, we when the government cut spending to non-governmental organizations, to free culture, independent culture, and so on, we started financing it. So we were much stronger because we made smart decisions 35 years ago. But it's, of course, the onslaught of populism. It's, we've never tested it before. So, I mean, there's one thing when you're trying to stretch the limits of democracy, stretch the limits of the Constitution. It's something completely different when the populists just break it, break all the rules. Because, how are you going to make sure it doesn't happen again? It's just a question of investing in education. In investing, like, kids need to know that they have to verify the data that they see. So this is really, I mean, something different. It's not just meddling with the Constitution or with the law. It's investing in public opinion, education, and so on and so forth. Non-governmental organizations, local government. That's the only hope for fighting populism in the long-term strategy.
It's a long-term strategy. And Stora, I would like to come to you now because Scandinavia, you're part of the world. I mean, you're the Prime Minister of Norway, one of those countries that we all look to and think, wow, they're rich, they have great welfare states, they've sort of got something right. So in some ways it is a haven of social democracy. It long has been, but even in your patch of the world, the far-right parties are gaining, anti-immigrant parties are gaining ground. But as somebody who stands for a party that is on the center-left, tell us a little bit what that message is that the left needs to stand for. How can the left, which is globally in crisis, I think is fair to say, and has been losing the trust and the votes of its traditional constituency, working class people, which partly is because that term has lost meaning somewhat in today's economy. But what is it that the left needs to understand about today's politics in order to be attractive again?
Well, it's a big question. I'll try to come at it from a few angles here. First of all, I think all societies and all political systems are under tremendous pressure from technology, from what the Munich Conference has identified as the main challenge in today's world, pretty similar to what the World Economic Forum did, putting on #1 misinformation, fake news. And all of that coming at us at the core of democracy, which I think is a huge challenge, especially when political parties take a grab at that approach to politics to really manipulate facts. So that is pressure on the social fabric, so to say.
Although just to jump in there, I mean, J.D. Vance, I thought, had a point today when he said that kind of interference only really works when there's at least some basis to the grievance and the problems that misinformation hits into, right? I mean, there are some underlying issues.
Absolutely. So that's what I want to come to, and where I believe that the left, the social democracy that I represent, really, we have the elements to put together the answer. But I think the senator pointed at this. You don't eat democracy for breakfast. It is not democracy that fixes your children when they don't succeed at school. So this is about the real reality of what your daily life is. If you go through, as we do as a political party in cooperation with sister parties in our part of the world, the #1 theme on people's concern this last year has been cost of living and purchase power going down. And until you fix that and give security to that, everything else becomes a bit irrelevant. And you become vulnerable to misinformation, to quick fix, which does not necessarily reflect. So for me, I think what we've had over this last year with the inflation coming back, it's a cancer in the system functioning of democracies, speedily going up and rapidly coming down, it should be said, but it is destabilizing the social fabric of our countries. So for my government, it has been top priority to get inflation down, and in the meantime, have social policies that really are there to make welfare state work for those who really need it. So we have taken down the price of kindergartens, childcare. We have increased pensions for those with the lowest incomes throughout, and a lot of social spending on that side of the equation, so that people can see that we are working for their position, their dignity, their ability to manage their lives. When you get back stability, and we've been able to go through that inflation phase without increasing unemployment, but still in our country, which is a stable country, you can sense the instability that inflation is creating because cost of living is getting out of control. So that's where we have to get back. Then I think the second dimension for me here, if I may, is that, and I'm picking the example from Timothy Snyder's recent book on freedom. He was in Oslo and he was on a panel, I was on a panel with him, which is this balance between freedom to and freedom from. And if freedom only becomes a discussion of freedom from, we are not safeguarding democratic sustainability. There has also have to be freedom to. Freedom to take an education, freedom to get a decent job, freedom to be at work with decent work, not to be, put aside. And Schneider's example is from this Ukrainian village that had been deoccupied. Russians had pulled back. So the question is, are they free now? Well, they are free from occupation, but they are not free to enjoy what you need to do to enjoy a decent life. So I think these issues about securing people's ability to live decent lives, combined with managing their daily economic outcome, safety of their children, investing in, sports, leisure, and activity for children, so they get, to be involved in community. That is part of where the center-left should be, and that's where we aim to be, and that's where we also aim to win elections on that basis.
And I see this sort of fundamental dilemma in this argument, which I think makes a lot of sense. People do want security. They want public services that work. They want free and good, strong public education, all of which requires, man and woman power. And in Europe, increasingly, immigration, because, our populations are shrinking. And we're faced with this, on the one hand, voters who are very hostile, quite opposed to immigration, and at the same time they want welfare states that function, and they want growth. And both for functioning welfare states and for economic growth, you need some immigration. So how do we, as politicians, particularly on the left, sell that?
But I think, here's one issue I have with the Vice President's speech. I have a few, but this one, let's mention this one. He speaks as though we are not focused on immigration in Europe. I mean, this is the big theme in every country, that we want to have control of our borders, we want to have controlled immigration, and this is a key theme, I think, all across Europe. But then he makes the remark that there was a significant increase of immigrants, unvetted immigrants to Europe in recent years. Where did they come from? Ukraine. Look to Poland, 2 million or more Ukrainians have been accepted into Poland because there is a bloody war going on, which he did not mention, which I think is not really addressing reality which is coming to Europe. But we have to, in Europe, country by country, but also as a community, to have a very thorough discussion about controlled immigration. And as you say, we cannot close Europe, because Europe's challenge in the future will probably be to have enough people to do the jobs we need to do.
And to pay taxes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But again, you know, I think that the fact that we have, you know, in my country we have 100,000 people for Ukraine now. If you take that per capita, it would mean in a German setting 2 or 3 million. You know, in every municipality. So, you know, how do you? This is a part of the solidarity that you have to mobilize spontaneously, and those Ukrainians coming, men, women, and children, they will turn up at some kindergarten, in some school, at some medical office, and there will be discussion. You know, what are they doing here? Are they taking our places? But if you really explain why we do this in this very dire situation, it can also be understood. And I'm proud to see that, you know, that has not unleashed you know, negative reactions in my country.
So Jonas, we'll come back to you in a bit, but I want to go to Jay now. There's one of my favorite stories about Mahatma Gandhi was when he traveled to Britain and somebody asked him, what do you think about Western civilization? And he said, I think it would be a good idea.
We're still waiting.
Yeah. So let me paraphrase that slightly. As we're having this discussion, this tortured discussion, what do you think about Western democracy?
Well, look, before I do that, let me, because I think I appear to be an optimist in what is a relatively pessimistic panel, if not room. So I'll begin by sticking up my finger, and don't take it badly, it's the index finger. The mark you see on my nail is a mark of a person who's just voted. We just had an election in my state, just over. Last year, we had a national election. In Indian elections, roughly 2/3 of eligible voters vote. At the national election, electorate of about 900 million, about 700 million voted. We count the votes in a single day. Nobody disputes the result after it's announced. And if you look, and by the way, from the time we started voting in the modern era, 20% people more vote today than they did decades ago. So the first message that somehow democracy is in trouble globally, worldwide, I'm sorry, I have to differ with it. I mean, right now, we are living well, we are voting well, we are optimistic about the direction of our democracy, and for us, democracy is actually delivered. Senator, you said that, you know, democracy doesn't put food on your table. Actually, in my part of the world, it does, because it actually, today, because we are a democratic society, we give nutrition support, food support to 800 million people, and for whom that is a matter, you know, of how healthy they are and how full their stomachs are. So the point I want to make is, look, different parts of the world are going through different conversations. Please do not assume that this is some kind of universal phenomenon. It is not. There are parts where it is working well. Maybe there are parts where it's not. And the parts which are not, I think people need to have an honest conversation about why it's not, you know. But I would argue that as to an extent as someone dispassionately viewing it, which was your question, there are some problems. A lot of it is an accumulated problem of the model of globalization that we've followed for the last 25, 30 years. I think a lot of chickens have come home to roost. Yes, there are issues, but from our perspective today, for us, democracy is delivered. We have a visibly less elitist society. We have one where the public has faith in the political process, where actually every election in a way, has been a kind of a verdict on the quality of governance. That, I mean, I told you we just voted in one, my party won that election. We were in the opposition earlier. We had a national election, my party won that election too, and we were incumbents. And we feel, you know, if Prime Minister Modi got elected for the third time, the ruling party got elected, and to a large extent it is because of the delivery through democratic systems. So it is healthy, it is well, maybe not all over the world, but let's not make that universal.
No, I think that's a good point. And in fact, I was going to ask you a follow-up question here before I'm going to open it up to the floor, so do get your questions ready. When you know, because we in the West, for lack of a better term, in Europe and the United States, I think we tend to sort of preoccupy ourselves with ourselves a lot, especially these days. And I think, you know, all the middle powers that are, you know, increasingly important, especially in our foreign policy, you know, in the various conflicts that we're involved in, for better or for worse, I think they have their own views of what systems work and what don't. We used to assume in the West that our system is the one that everybody wants to adopt over time. So I guess the question to you, India, of course, being the largest democracy in the world, is your sense among your counterparts in, again, for lack of a better term, the global South, that democracy is still a system people aspire to, countries aspire to, or are there now powerful alternatives, such as the Chinese model, which may be more attractive to people?
Well, look, to an extent, all big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, I mean, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration, it is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society. Now, there was a time, and I have to say this in all honesty, where West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging non-democratic forces in the global South. It still does. I mean, in many cases, I can point to some very recent ones, where actually everything that you say you value at home, you don't practice abroad. So I do think the rest of the global South will view, you know, the successes and the shortcomings and the responses of other countries. They will also ask themselves which ones of them they relate to. You know, I would argue that in many ways, India, because it's historically been an open society, one very much linked with the world, many countries of the global South are more likely to say the Indian experience is more transposable to their societies than perhaps those of others. So I do think in our progress as a democracy, the fact that, you know, for all the challenges that we've had, even at a low income, we have stayed true to the democratic model, which is almost, if you look at our part of the world, we're pretty much the only country that has done that. So I think it's something the West should look at, because if you do want democracy eventually to prevail, it's important the West also embraces successful models outside the West.
Are there any questions in the hall at the moment? Yes, the lady in the front.
Trudy Rubin, a columnist from the Philadelphia Inquirer. When Vice President Vance spoke today, he seemed to be arguing that democracy requires almost illiberal values. I would be curious to hear about how you all on the stage took his remarks. Did you see it as an outspoken attack on European democracy, a sort of declaration of war? And when you look at the United States now, as the foreign minister said, sometimes we used to assume that our model was the only one. But when you look at the US model now, does it have anything anymore to offer the rest of the world as a model?
Do you want to take that one?
Well, I can tell you just one thing, that we in Poland have an experience with different models, because, you know, I grew up under communism. So, I mean, I don't have to be, and the society in Poland doesn't have to be really convinced about the merits of democracy, because we know what it means to live under an illiberal regime. Our problem is, and I think that this is the gist of our discussion, is that it is sometimes very difficult to explain to the people what democracy really means, because it's so abstract. And, you know, when people use the word like, you know, the judiciary, the rule of law, and so on and so forth, people are lost. As the Prime Minister was saying, you know, people think about the economy, they think about the security, and so on and so forth. So it is the most difficult task for us is to explain that when someone is proposing an illiberal regime, that would actually mean taking our basic freedoms away from us. And I would submit to you that that's why we were successful in Poland, because we were able to tell the people that this is not just some abstract rule of law, but that by introducing a medieval anti-abortion law, you know, the basic freedoms were taken from our women to decide their lives and to decide on their health. That by introducing indoctrination in schools, you know, we were coming back to the communist system, where we would want to have a school which teaches us skills, not indoctrinates our children. That when populists, you know, talk about national interest, somehow, quite often, they prove to be completely ineffective when it comes to influencing the outside world, because they cannot construct the winning coalitions that you need to be constructing in order to actually promote your interests. That if you want to really talk about migration, that you cannot simply allow populists to hijack that issue, because that can be dealt with by Democrats as well. And that we should be focusing on some of those most important concerns. And I think that our task today is not to sort of like, you know, catch others, you know, and sort of like interpret their words, but to focus on what we can do in order to prove that we are better. We, on the democratic side, are actually better at resolving issues, and that we can be as effective or even more effective at providing security, at providing growth. I mean, you know, this is the winning argument, and that's what we should be focusing on. Because if at the end of the day, ultimately, I mean, the question is whether my life was better under a different regime, then I mean, the only winning argument is that we can provide it, and we are not taking at the same time the people's basic freedoms away. So this is the argument, and I think that you know, turning to us is always a good point in question, because we lived under both regimes, so we can tell the difference.
But just maybe to reinforce the sense, I mean, maybe to sharpen almost a little bit more what we just heard as a question is, I mean, was there anything in what J.D. Vance said about the shortcomings, supposedly, of European democracy that spoke to you? Was there something, for example, in this idea that we freeze out far-right parties in certain countries, in this country, for example, with the firewall? Are we afraid? Are we too afraid? Are we perhaps not? Are we more liberal than actually democratic sometimes?
Well, I think on that one, first of all, I think what is refreshing is that when we come together here, there is freedom of speech. And the vice president can decide that this is how he would like to address his audience. He likes to raise these themes. And although we may disagree, that is fair enough. I think, you know, not addressing some of the key security issues that we face today is a missed opportunity. I don't agree with him that what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in Russia, what's happening in China is less important than the presumed loss of freedom of speech in Europe. I disagree. The other element which I think is interesting here is that, you know, coming from the US perspective, reading a parliamentary system in Europe, it is different. So this party is free to run in elections in Germany, but other parties are free to tell their voters whether they are, you know, open to cooperate or not. This is part of parliamentarism. You know, I run a minority government in Norway. I have to find solutions in parliament, and I seek solutions where I can have them with parties that share my platform. That is how that works. So I think, you know, this was a kind of a simplified approach which I don't share. But what I do share is that constantly focusing on, you know, accepting different views, accepting even outrageous views in our debate, accepting that people have faith and beliefs. He made points of that. I think that's what we should remind each other. I mean, he is here now speaking to Europe. If we were going to your country to speak about what we see in the US about, you know, tech dominance, is there access to media for people? What's happening to our youth under control of social media? Is that, you know, challenging freedoms and democracy? I think that's also a discussion to be had, but, you know, not here.
Jay, can I make 2 quick comments here? One, look, I would challenge the equation of, you know, liberalism in a kind of an international way with democracy. I do think different societies have their own cultures, their own values, their own ways of doing things. And the idea that there is some kind of universe, one truth and one judgment and one norm, and that should be preached, propagated, evaluated, and judged. I think that is one of the big issues we are having today in politics. And it is done by think tanks, it's done by people who do ratings, it is done by newspapers. So I think there is a reaction in many parts of the world to self-appointed custodians, people who've never fought an election, who are nothing to do with democracy, actually telling the rest of the world what is right and what is wrong in democracy. And I think it is, to me, inevitable that it will be challenged. My second issue, you know, is, look, every country has its mainstream politics. It has its outliers, okay? If I were to look, for example, at how much Europeans, Westerners, reach out to outliers in those societies. If I were to look at what do Western ambassadors do in India, if my ambassadors did a fraction of that, you would all be up in arms. So I think there are double standards here.
I think it's interesting, and I think, you know, to your point, of course, within a parliamentary system, every party is fully in its right to refuse to cooperate with another party. The problem is that some of these formerly outlier parties are now the second biggest parties in our democracies, and their voters, perhaps rightly, resent the fact that they're being ostracized from government. And in this country, in Germany, and I'm German, I can say this, it goes so far as to cause a scandal when you're trying to pass a bill and you pass that bill with votes from that party. So it goes into a sphere that is very hard to explain to voters, right? I just want to give the audience another chance. There's another lady here, and then the gentleman. Maybe we have those 2 questions together, and then...
Thank you. Maggie Feldman-Pilch from the Wilson Center. Over the last day and a half, we've heard so much about this need to explain how democracy pays rent better. And Senator Slotkin, I don't know that anyone does that better than you. As you mentioned, voters voted for you and President Trump at the same time. You flipped your district when you ran for Congress. You did it even by a greater margin the second time, and now you're a senator. No one seems to be able to answer this question of how do we make democracy and national security make sense? Would you mind giving us a quick little lesson?
Yeah, I did not pay her to say that. So I would just say, and again, this isn't, I'm not trying to say anything about anyone else's democracy. I'm just saying in the United States, democracy is inextricably linked to a strong middle class. We believe, and no one has in our country has lived under anything other than our democracy, that the thing that that democracy allowed was that anyone from anywhere could do well and their kids could do better. So when they don't feel like that's happening, they feel like the entire system is broken. Right or wrong, that's just how it is, particularly in the industrial Midwest, where we make things, we grow things, and we used to be paid much more handsomely for those things. So when people can't buy a house, when they can't send their kids to summer camp, when they don't understand how they're going to, send their kid to college, they start questioning the entire system. And that anger and that frustration leads them down paths where they're less generous with their neighbors. They don't have the ability to as easily to say, okay, you know, I feel secure, so I'm okay with you being secure. You know, there's an entire theory of the civil rights movement in the United States that we were able to do what we did in the late 60s because of how strong our middle class was after World War II, that people felt secure enough to say, you having rights doesn't take away my rights in a diverse democracy. So I just have seen the inverse happen, that as people feel desperate, they don't feel generous with their fellow man, and they start blaming the system of democracy. So we have to explain, and I think the Polish example is super interesting. We have to be able to say that if we don't have a reliable justice system, here's what's going to happen. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but it will come to your doorstep, right? If we don't have the financial, right now we just are in the middle of taking down our basically financial police on our big banks. If we don't have that, then it's the customer, the consumer who gets screwed, not the big bank. We need to communicate those things. We're struggling clearly with how to do that.
Is it just communication? Because this is, to me, kind of the crux of the issue. And it's a question I ask about the Democrats, about, you know, the Labour Party in Britain, about, you know, the Social Democrats in this country. Did you guys sort of lose your way when you kind of signed up to the neoliberal consensus, and you went too far with the deregulation and the kind of free market religion almost that, you know, the Reagan-Thatcher consensus brought in? And was there something in this hyper-globalized, financialized economy that we've gone for that actually undermined your ability, even if you want to, you know, keep that middle class strong, to keep that middle class strong? And do you need to rethink that?
There is most definitely a question mark on globalization, especially from a place like the Midwest where we feel like we've lost so many jobs. There is a question every day about our relationship with China. There's a question every day about NAFTA and whether we should have signed that free trade agreement. Every single day in my state, that's a question. And that is why you're seeing this conversation in the United States about tariffs, including on friends. It's why you see a growing sort of spirit of protectionism. It's because people are fundamentally rethinking whether globalization allows us to have the secure future. I think that's an issue of real debate. I don't think there's a black and white there. And I can tell you tariffs on a place like Canada would screw Michigan before any other state in the country. But I think that's a legitimate conversation about whether democracy continues to thrive in a globalized world plus social media. That's a big-ass question.
Yeah.
But so, I mean, that's why the response is this, that basically we, on the Democratic side, we have to prove that when it comes to providing, you know, economy, when it comes to providing security, that we can be even better than the populists and more effective. And that we are not going to take away the freedoms, but we hear what the people are saying because the world is changing. I mean, we've seen it after COVID with Russia attacking Ukraine, with more assertive, to put it mildly, China and so on and so forth. We have to, you know, learn the lessons and tell the people, listen, we hear you. It's not just the populists who hear you, and we are going to deal with that. You know, we are going to focus on migration, we're going to focus on the economy, we're going to focus on security, but we are the ones who actually are going to deliver that in a much more effective manner, and we are not going to undermine your freedoms. And, you know, this is the thing, to concentrate on the issues. Because if you say, I mean, if there's any lesson, and from Vance and so on and so forth, I mean, it is true that sometimes the populists were even better at framing the issues. They were not very, and at least pretending that they were hearing the people. But then, of course, they were terrible at providing, you know, the real solutions to that. So we need to prove that we can hear, we can frame the issues, but we are better at solving them, at the same time not undermining the individual freedoms. That's the name of the game.
I want to end, and I'm literally out of time. I just want to end with like a very quick, just because again the U.S. looms so large in this new administration. Alyssa, if you wouldn't mind, is there something that the Democrats can learn from Trump?
Oh, yes. I mean, I think what I'll be very frank, and I've said this openly about my own party. We speak about issues, and maybe others do too, as if we're speaking from the faculty lounge right? It's an esoteric intellectualism around issues that just doesn't translate if you're not a good communicator. It just doesn't, right? We write 11-paragraph policy papers to explain something. Donald Trump fits it on a hat, right? And people would come up to me in the state of Michigan, they're like, you're a Democrat, what's your hat? You know, Donald Trump was Make America Great Again. What's the Democrat's hat?
What's your hat?
Good question. I mean, I think there's a bunch of different things that I used in my own election, but without getting into it. But to me, it is just like team normal. Let's just be realistic, serious, common sense people, team normal people. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican, just like, let's solve some problems.
I'd get that hat.
But I think Donald Trump and simple communication, clearly, not to mention his use of social media.
Thank you so much. I'm aware that you're going to come and talk to us now. Like, do you want? Okay, I got to give this guy his shot because I did promise it. Would you mind just one last question? I'm sorry. I thought it was such a nice. Yeah. Because I did promise.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to, I'm Stepan Safarian from Armenia. First of all, thank you very much for this amazing, fascinating discussion. Since we are talking about democratic resilience, just all the panelists, as their countries knows, my country, our country, Armenia, faced a lot of attacks by autocracies and hybrid threats coming from autocratic countries. And we appreciate your support in meeting these challenges in Armenia. But coming back to the statements made on this floor by U.S. Vice President Vance, one of his policy recommendations was obviously about not being afraid of external interference, as he just described in case of Romania and other countries. So if this is the case, and this is the approach of the new American administration, then what's your recommendation for our countries and for further dialogue with the United States? How to face these hybrid threats if United States is not supporting limitation of some or closing of windows for hybrid threats. Thank you very much.
That feels like another panel. Does anyone, which I think we should have actually. It's a super interesting panel. We're out of time, but if somebody has a 10-second answer.
No, just at the NATO summit last year, we agreed as NATO parties that hybrid threats are real threats. They are security threats. So I think the thing to say that, if you are vulnerable to foreign intervention, you have a weak case because you should be able to resist that. I think that is denying some hard realities that we all face. So we have to be better at identifying hybrid threats and attributing hybrid threats. And we are becoming better, but we have to work on that together also with your fine country and with the Prime Minister, who we know well.
Jay, you get the last word.
Yes. I think I can tell you in India, we've been dealing with external interference for a long time. I'd be happy to give you a tutorial on how to deal with it.
I like that. Thank you very much, and thank you to this great panel.
You're watching BR24 live, covering this year's Munich Security Conference, and we'll be right back after this. Welcome back. You're watching BR24 live, covering this year's Munich Security Conference, and we'll dive right in with a panel discussion that will begin in an instant, called Climate Cooperation in a Heated World.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin this session with a small story. I come from Kenya, which is in East Africa, in case you're familiar. And to the north of my home is what we call a lush wilderness. It's called Nanyuki, and it's home to thousands, and I mean literally hundreds of thousands of untouched wilderness. And for decades, settler farmers and native herders have lived side by side, enjoying the bounty of the land. But recently, a cycle of floods and droughts have upended this once idyllic countryside. And so what's happened is that these Samburu pastoralists, whose ancestors tracked rains across generations, have now found themselves with useless information which they can't use against a climate that no longer follows the rules. These settlers who are farmers have been pushed to the edge because of expanding deserts. And what's happened is that both these groups competing for resources have now taken arms against each other. They are killing each other. They are fighting each other. It's a war of survival, and it's fueled by a crisis that neither of these sides created. I'm telling you this story because it's not just a Kenyan story, it's what's happening across the world. Like those herders and settlers, we are all fighting for the same shrinking resources. The same climate chaos that's pitting farmer against pastoralist is fueling global tensions over energy, water, borders, and the right to a future. So, this evening's panel is asking a very simple question. How do we get climate cooperation in a multipolar world? Well, I dare ask it in a different way. How can we rewrite the story of climate? And so that's what we're going to try and achieve this evening, of course helped by my esteemed panel, who I'm now going to introduce to the stage. And if you could please help me by clapping for them when they come, I think they'll feel pretty good about that. So I'd like to call onto the stage. I don't know if he's here yet. Oh yeah, I do see him. The Prime Minister for Fiji, who's also the Foreign Affairs Minister, Sitiveni Ligamamada Rabuka. Round of applause for him. I'd also like to invite Mrs. Svenja Schulze, who's the Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation here in Germany. Welcome. Wopke Hoekstra, whose name I had to learn how to pronounce last year, and I've since managed beautifully today, who's the Commissioner for Climate, European Commission. Welcome to the stage. And last but not least, we are joined by Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, who is in the Environment Committee. Welcome all, and thank you for joining us. So, Prime Minister, I'd like to begin with you because we have been talking all morning about a multipolar world. So, because power is increasingly decentralized, do you see smaller nations like Fiji having more or less influence in climate discussions?
We have, I think we have more because we shout the loudest because we are threatened the most. When we shout, we are really in trouble. It's, for us, you all heard the term existential threat. It is a threat to our very own existence. That's, so we're desperate. We need people to listen. But then, relatively speaking, Fiji is not as bad as the other smaller coral atolls. And it's a daily threat. Every tide is a threat to the existence of those coastal villages.
So given this desperation that you're describing, do you think that the climate structures are still useful and relevant?
They are very relevant. And we need to just step them up a bit more. And the world is listening. We have Senator Kerry, who's still around, and he's listened to us and has been on the panel with us in many of the areas where he has been. He understands our problem, and we rely on him and his voice in the world. We need people to sit up and listen. Those who are in the highlands are not as free as we might think. Those on the coastlines are threatened with the rising sea levels, and those up in the mountains are threatened with the heavier rains that are causing erosion, and their sites and tribal lands, as you mentioned in your story, quickly disappearing.
Right, so you did mention Secretary Kerry, but of course the U.S. is a big player here. And I'd like to invite Senator Whitehouse here. How can the U.S. domestic climate policies be realigned? Is this even possible to support international ambitions?
I think if you look at the work that Potsdam Institute has done, it shows that there are only about a dozen remaining pathways to climate safety for the world. And every one of those, out of 1,200, by the way, so we've lost 99% of our safe pathways. We're down to the last 1%. All of them share two things in common. One is direct air capture of excess carbon, because we're going to overshoot. So you have to claw back. So that's an important thing to be working on. In the US, that's bipartisan. So we can make real progress there, and I look forward to continuing to make real progress there. We just had a hearing on that in my committee under the Republican chairman. So far, so good. The second thing that they all require is a price on carbon. We have a very simple choice now. No price on carbon pollution, no climate safety. And so if you look around for where a price on carbon could emerge, the key place, thank you, Rupka, is the EU and the CBAM. The most important climate safety step we can take right now is for the EU to not give an inch on the CBAM, for the UK to stick to its commitment to join the CBAM and to see some other countries join. If we do that, that will make a very significant difference. In the Senate, we have a bipartisan bill to create our own carbon tariff externally. The Republicans like to call it the, punish Chinese pollution fee, as opposed to, it's not about climate, it's about competition, but it gets us there. So there's bipartisan work happening on that. If we can get a proper carbon tariff in the US, if the CBAM sticks and the UK sticks joining it, then we have the outline of a global price on carbon that drives innovation, that creates effectively a reward for solving the climate problem that we don't have right now. And I think both of those things are possible. The direct air capture piece, because it's very bipartisan still, and the CBAM piece, because it's not our call. People can't tear that down in the United States. The EU is doing it, the UK are doing it. It's really important that they stick to their guns on this. And if Trump pressure is brought to bear against that, there's a very simple response, which is that the discrepancy in tariffs actually helps the US economy.
Right, so because you've introduced CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, Commissioner Hoekstra, I do have to ask, because there are people who see this as climate imperialism by developing nations. How do you respond to this?
First of all,
I have a friend here, you see that. He's going to immediately answer the question for me.
If you look at the two risks, one is what happens to the global south if climate change continues unabated. That is the far greater risk. That's the far greater risk by 100 times or more the economic potential dislocations from a CBAM. Also, you've got countries like Morocco that are seeing investment to build solar because of the carbon pricing mechanism. You see Mozambique speaking for the CBAM because they see investment coming in. You could have the entire Sahel providing enormous solar power, clean power to Europe, but you got to build the wires under the Mediterranean to get it there, and you don't build those wires without the investment, and you don't get the investment without the economic reward of getting out of the tariff. So I very strongly believe that net, a CBAM will be extremely good for most of the global south, and then we can focus on individual areas where it's not working and solve them. But to kill climate safety would be the worst of all possible outcomes.
Commissioner.
Well, there's very little I can add, but let me, ladies and gentlemen, let me say a couple of things, and let me indeed salute the tremendous work under difficult circumstances by Senator Whitehouse and also John Kerry, who has been a true champion and a companion, particularly in Dubai, which I think was a major victory for diplomacy. Now, to the issue at hand. What is one of the most effective things the European Union has done to tackle this problem? It was indeed, as the Senator has just said, putting a price on carbon, introducing a mechanism where you're easier off the hook if you actually drive down your emissions. And this is being seen throughout the world. If you look at a range of countries in Latin America, if you look at states within the United States, if you look at China, many places are embarking either on a way to price carbon or different models of carbon markets. And that is the way forward. That is the way we should continue, because actually it does help and it is a fair system. Now, let me just give you one other data point to put this into perspective, because I know some people are trying to fuel the criticism of ETS in general and CBAM in particular. Who will be most affected by CBAM? It is those who are putting stuff into the European Union that still has carbon to it. Make no mistake, CBAM is a tool to make sure there is no carbon leakage from the EU to outside. Our friends in Latin America, our friends in Africa, our friends in the global south in general are going to be the ones least affected. And let me stress that, least affected by CBAM. Whereas at the other side of the equation is the European Union putting into place more than 30 billion in terms of climate aid for the global south. That is the numbers, and that is the reason why that equation is actually helping not only the Europeans, not only the global south, but the world at large.
So let's zoom in a little bit on Germany, because we've been speaking from the context of the European Union. Now, this country has undoubtedly been a leader in renewable energy, but there's a reliance on coal and gas that has drawn criticism. So how do you ensure that your domestic policies here align with your international commitments?
We assure that simply to a law, because we committed ourselves that we want to reach CO2 neutrality in 2040, like the EU is doing that. So with that law in the back, we could see step by step how to reduce our CO2 emissions. And I think that is important, that it's not only just a thing we're talking about, it's really laid down in a law. And there is something special around it that was mentioned before. It is also a business case, because renewable energies are much cheaper than other energies now. So it becomes profitable, and it becomes too profitable to ignore. So that is another factor. And the third factor I'd like to mention is it is also a security threat. We have just seen what that means when you have a flood and what that costs. If you have a flood. We had a terrible flood where 100 people died. That was billions that need to be paid for that. So it is much cheaper to pay for climate change, for adaptation, for mitigation. It's much cheaper to do that than to pay for the cost if we don't do so. And that is not only something that is realized by the political sphere, it's also realized by the companies. So that helps to drive that forward. It is not easy. It's not a direct way. We have a lot of discussions with the ones who don't believe that that is the right way. But I think step by step we are going forward, and we are reducing CO2. Not fast enough, but we are on the right way.
All right, Commissioner, did you have something to add to that?
I wanted to build on it, and I very much agree with it. And if we get this right, we make sure that decarbonization is a climate strategy, it is also a competitiveness strategy, and it is a strategy for more independence of Europe. And that is what I wanted to add, because if we do this well, and then of course you need to go just beyond renewables. It will be renewables, plus investments in the grid, plus investments in storage capacity. If you get that, you will make sure that your costs go down even further, that your pollution and your emissions are going down even further, and extremely important, that your dependence on the Russians and other dubious regimes actually go down rather than up. And it is precisely the way we should want to have it.
Let me just...
when I just add one more sentence, and I think it is important to do that also in partnership, because we just hear from Fiji how important the situation is there, what that means, how the security threats are. And therefore we need partnerships, and we do such partnerships in just energy transition partnerships, where we are working together to bring energy safety forward, reduction of CO2, and social security, because you need your society to go with you. We see that in all the states who have problems with that, where the society vote for climate change is not real. So we need to take the society with us, and we need to have partnerships in the world to bring that forward. And that means also partnerships with the countries from the global south. I think that's important.
Yeah, so let me then ask the Prime Minister, because the words that are being used here sound very nice and pleasant, but you're speaking of desperation. So what is the disconnect?
What do you mean disconnect? Oh, sorry. The disconnect perhaps is how much reliance we now have, how much we would rather not be relying on those long logistics chains, which makes cost of living at home very, very high, because the cost of transportation of fossil fuel all the way to Fiji is very, very high. So we have to look at the cost of setting up our own solar fields and all the renewable energy sources that we can get. Those are also expensive. So nothing comes cheaply now for the small island states, particularly the island states of the Pacific. We have to balance up what is good for us. Somebody told us that, okay, don't cut your trees. I said, how do we pay for the fuel? Do not harvest your forests. Those are what we have, the assets we have almost naturally to be able to keep up with the requirements of modern societies that are growing up in that far-flung corner of the world. The world is just one village now. We eat the same food, we read the same books, we go to the same requirements at school. So, but our energy sources are different and different in prices. How do we help those that are least able to help themselves?
Let me throw that question to the Senator, because this brings me back to about 10 years ago when the conversation about climate was really pitting economic development against environmental protection. So is it possible for a nation to be climate leaders, to be a climate leader while continuing to exploit, as the Prime Minister here is saying, its natural resources?
Yes, and I think we have to. I mean, if you look at a corporate consulting firm, Nothing Green, the Deloitte consulting firm, they look forward 40 plus years, and they said, if we get climate right, that will add about $40 trillion in GDP to the world. If we continue to screw up and fail on climate, that will reduce global GDP by around $180 trillion. So there's a $220 trillion swing between getting it right and continuing to fail. So if you're talking about economic development, you want to be developing in a world that has $220 trillion better GDP than a world that is in climate failure. So if you look at the big picture, it is obvious that climate success is the way to go. To the minister's point, Lindsey Graham and I wrote an op-ed piece some time ago saying that if we move to clean energy tomorrow, we'd have a safer world. Russia is funding what it's doing in Ukraine because, as our friend John McCain used to say, it is gangsters with a gas station and an army. And if the gas station can't pay for the army, they're just a little country like Switzerland with a tiny economy. So there are real advantages in every economic measure of focusing hard on climate change. And again, back to our EU friends, the CBAM becomes so essential to all of this.
Right, and obviously money, financing, this was a big takeaway from COP29, which then leads me, Minister, to ask how Germany and the EU indeed can support emerging economies so that they become climate leaders on their own right.
I think we need more partnerships in the world. We need to have an exchange about our knowledge, but we also need to help with money. And there is one player that is not on the field anymore, that is the US. That means we have less money for development cooperation now. And that means we, the rest of the world, need to bring our power together to help also the emerging economies, help the ones who are not able to help themselves, because they are mostly hit harder. When you see Fiji as a country that delivered really, really little for the CO2 emission of the world, but it is hit hardest by climate change. So it is the responsibility of us, of the others, to help Fiji, to help other vulnerable countries to deal with the challenges they have. And we do that in the European Union, we do that internationally to just energy transition partnerships, where we help to provide energy security, affordable energy access, renewable energies, and social justice. Because if you phase out coal, for example, that means that a lot of jobs that are well paid, that these jobs are away. And you can't tell the people, okay, so sorry, you need to suffer because of climate change. You lose your job. You need to help that there are new jobs on the way. And that is what we are doing with just energy transition partnerships, or with bilateral partnerships we have from the German side, where we have regional partnerships to support mitigation and adaptation and help to country-specific ways to reduce CO2, or to have another way for having energy, renewable energy in the country, and do that in a way that is socially just.
Do you think we need to enhance the current existing policies on mitigation and adaptation?
I think we need to deliver, and that is what is missed. We know what we need to do, but we're talking a lot about that, but we do not deliver, and that is the problem. We need to do more in reality, not only in the paperwork, and that is what we are missing, and that is why we need more action in that. That is why Germany have now the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, a conference where we try to bring forward just action from people, because we see that in a lot of fields. We have no sustainable fuels in shipping on the world, because no one will build ships for sustainable shipping if there is no fuel. No one will produce fuel if there is no ships who will drive with that. No Haber will deliver these fuels if there is no agreement. So bring all that partners on the table and bring steps forward, concrete commitments of producing renewable fuels for shipping, producing the ships, and having the harbors who are able to deliver that. That is what is needed now.
But it does occur to me that there's something else that we don't talk about, particularly in rooms like this, which is indigenous knowledge, Prime Minister. So how does a country like yours, or Pacific Island nations, leverage knowledge that exists in communities like yours and mine to adapt to what's happening in our world?
Thank you. Let me just go back. 2 weeks ago, I was opening a big solar farm on one of the islands, and we are projecting that that island will be free from using fossil fuel in a very few years' time. While we celebrate that, how many other islands, how many other island territories are going to work to their program so that 2035 we are free from using solar fossil fuel? 2050 carbon neutral. Those sort of things, they are exciting to government leaders. We have programs, we've set ourselves those programs. What about the rest? Are we keeping abreast with those changes? What about those that are still encouraging others to import their exports of fuel? It keeps them going. We heard it keeps them going, to keep their armies going, keep their weapon factories going. Where is balance? Where is equity in all this? We can only ask. We can only ask, and we can do our bit, even if we have to be audited on how we are being true to our various programs of being friendly to the environment, and then get rewarded rather than having a promise. There's so many hundreds of billions of dollars sitting there, and you have to ask for it, and the way to ask for them is very, very long and winding and complicated. You come and check, you've done it, bring. Can they do that?
Yeah. So, Commissioner, in light of that, do you think it's time to consider having non-state actors, perhaps such as corporations and indigenous groups, to have voting power in climate negotiations?
I think one of the great things that we see in the discussions on climate is that actually many actors from all sorts of walks of life are more active than in most fields of diplomacy that I have come across. And for the right reasons, because it affects all of them. And particularly if you look at businesses, it is extremely important to make sure that they do what is expected of them. And you have a couple of them who do an amazing job. But in the end, if you look at the emissions that come out of countries, it's typically not the countries themselves. It is companies within these countries that are responsible for emissions, because we as consumers consume the stuff we consume. So I would be very much in favor to basically involve each and every one of these groups to make themselves heard, but also to take responsibility, particularly in the case of companies. Would you allow me to maybe connect the dots between what the Prime Minister just said and the Minister? Because I think that is at the heart of the conversation we should be having. I'm fully with the Minister that not only Germany, but the European Union at large is doing more than its fair share in terms of sharing the burden and helping our friends in the Global South. There is one item, though, and the Prime Minister was touching upon this, that where I think we can do more and where we can also apply more concrete solutions. And that is indeed the domain of solar. We all know that if you look at the cost curves of solar have gone down rapidly. And every single time you look again, they are outperforming our wildest expectations. And that is extremely good news. Now, what is here the problem, but also the opportunity? As a commissioner, I always try to talk as much as possible for the 27, but let me give you one example from my home country, the Netherlands. Those who know the place know that most of the time there, it rains. And yet, the Netherlands alone has more solar panels than the whole of Africa combined. And Africa gets 40% of the world's sun.
I can confirm that. We do get a lot of sunshine.
And that is and you could say that is a missed opportunity in the here and the now, but it is a great opportunity to invest, build independence, build climate action, and build a viable business case for Africa at large. And that is something I think we should absolutely fast forward.
All right, so because this is a conversation for all of us, I'd like to invite Secretary Kerry to give us his first impressions, followed by our Munich young leader.
Well, my first impression is the correct impression. This is a terrific panel. I agree so much with everything they've been saying. And Sheldon Whitehouse and Wapke and Mr. Schultz, Mr. Prime Minister, you've all been real champions, and we really don't have a prayer of getting where we need to go without champions. Just very quickly, I'd say to everybody, no country in the world has enough money to be able to implement or affect the transition that we face. It's somewhere between $3 to $5.5 trillion every year between now and 2050 in order to achieve the 2050. So we have a daunting reality. We need money to be able to push the technology. The IRA in the United States is an example of that. We need to be able to push the technology curve because we've been put in a position where the politics of this issue on a global basis, together with the reticence of a lot of people to sort of sign on and face reality, is presenting us with one of the toughest public policy implementing challenges I think I've ever faced or any of us have ever faced. We're facing daunting negatives. And most people around the world are now becoming personally familiar with them because Mother Nature is teaching us weekly, monthly lessons as you see the floods, the droughts, the impact of intensity of storms, all of which is traceable to the changes in our climate and weather. When you have the reality that 90% of the warming from the sun that's taking place goes into the water, into the oceans, 90%. And that increases the amount of moisture that is then going up into the atmosphere and then falls in these bomb bursts that flood people out of their homes. And so the question is, are we human beings capable of making the tough decisions that we need to make to win this fight? Now, the CBAM that Sheldon referred to, that Wapke's working on, et cetera, is one really powerful, important tool. The truth is that if we could price carbon, which we should price, if we could price carbon, we have a chance of winning this battle. If we don't, we've got to persuade people to do the kinds of things they're resisting now, which is deploy more of the renewables, where we are told by the International Energy Agency that if we just deployed existing technology that is available to us now, solar, wind, geothermal, nuclear, et cetera, we could, in fact, meet our goals of reduction heading up towards 2050 net zero. So, but we're not doing that. We're just not doing it. In Dubai, the toughest negotiations of the world are actually multilateral negotiations. You bring 200 countries together in one of these places where one country can walk out and say, that's it, we're killing it. But they didn't do that in Dubai. Almost 200 countries signed on to saying that we must transition away from fossil fuel. I mean, fossil fuel countries signed on. We must transition away from fossil fuel in order to achieve net zero by 2050, according to the science, and the according to the science phrase meant 1.5 degrees, which we're now blowing past, and we must accelerate in this decade. And we're not sufficiently. You know who is accelerating this decade? China. China has built and deployed more renewables than all of the rest of the world put together, and thereby is going to be moving their target goals, which were way back in the 2060s. They'll be moving them forward just by the action they're taking now. So here's the bottom line here, folks. I believe, and I think a lot of folks who work at this really hard every day of their lives, Johann Rockström at the Potsdam Institute, for instance, other scientists, we believe we could win this fight. Everybody here believes we could win this fight. But the only way we win this fight is if we organize ourselves, Minister Schultz mentioned partnership, coming together and face the realities of what we have to do. And strip away the disinformation and the lies that have been used to try to get people to oppose offshore wind because it allegedly, kills birds and gives you cancer. I mean, the misinformation is staggering. But the point I would make is that we have the ability to win this battle, but we have to deploy things that we're working at. We have to bring them to scale. We have to go faster, bigger, and get to scale quicker. And the kinds of things are actually really exciting. What I've been working on right now out of government is accelerating the transition. And everything we do should be geared to do what we said we would do in Dubai, which is accelerate the transition. So the fact is that there are just so many, I can't go through all of them, and I'll wrap up very quickly, but most of the exciting prospects are coming from technologies that you're probably very familiar with, one of them being, Wapke just mentioned, the incredible reduction in the cost of solar, which is about a 95, 99% reduction. It's unbelievable. It's almost giveaway cost. And yet the cost of continuing to burn fossil fuel never gets properly accounted for. The amount of lung disease people get, 7 million people a year who die around the world, and there will be more unless we clean up that atmosphere. We're putting up more emissions than we were last year. We're just not doing what we said we would promise to do.
Right.
But I finished just by saying, the technologies, I'll really be quick, I promise you. There are better batteries now. They are balancing the distribution of power. There are new transmission lines that are 5 to 10 times more powerful than the ones we had before. So they're lighter, they carry more power. There are possibilities of fusion in just a few years. There's an amazing amount of technology development. So if we can somehow find a way to pull ourselves together and organize our lives, I regret to say the United States is in probably the worst position to be able to make that happen because we have a president who's absolutely decided he's not going to be involved in this. He's going to move in the other direction. But here's the good news. And frankly, Ms. Venya, you mentioned the United States off the playing field. We have 37 states which have renewable portfolio laws. And the governors of those states, Republican and Democrat alike, will implement those laws. So they will continue to be part of the fight. In addition to that, we have 1,000 mayors joined up, all the major cities of America, last time the president got out of Paris to say we're still in. So the American people stayed in while the president pulled out. The result was 75% of the new electricity in the United States 4 years ago came from renewables, and in 23, 90% of the new electricity in America came from renewables. So we're not exactly completely out. And I hope what we can do is work together to build the kind of partnership necessary to win the fight. And it's only by coming together. 25 countries equal more than 80% of all the emissions. Get those 25 countries, demand them being responsible and living up to global initiatives on this. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Secretary Kerry.
Hello, my name is András Huszár. I'm at the Munich Young Leader Program. I'm from Hungary. I'm actually heading a climate and sustainability think tank in Budapest, in Hungary, so I'm very happy that I finally hear about climate change in this security conference, because we all know that climate change is a threat multiplier, so we cannot disregard that at a security conference, I think. And 2024 was the hottest year on record. Global greenhouse gas emissions, unfortunately, are still rising. And as Mr. Kerry mentioned, the US is withdrawing from the Paris Agreement. So to me, it is clear that we are not doing enough, and we have to go faster and bigger, as he mentioned. The EU seems to focus rather on military spending, as we heard from Ms. von der Leyen, and competitiveness is also on the focus of the new Commission. So with mind all of this, I was thinking about that we are struggling how to convince people to do more on climate change. We are continuously looking for the good arguments, etc. So my question is that why are not we emphasizing more the security challenges regarding climate change? Because my feeling is that security always resonates more in society and can easily convince people why we need to act on climate change. So this is my question to the panel. Thank you.
Anyone specific you'd want to take that question?
Anyone?
Anyone? All right, Mr. Schulze.
I think you're absolutely right. We need to talk more about what is climate change doing to the world, because it's no question of believing. You can see it. The sea level is rising. You can see all the things that are destroyed. So talking about security is one important way. But I think you need also the right legal framework. We will not see private investment in renewable energy, for example, in the most vulnerable countries, because they have no legal framework. No one will invest in a renewable energy, in a turbine, for example, for wind, if no one takes care for supplying that energy that is built there. And therefore, you need a grid. And for building a grid, most of the most affected countries have no money. And they are not able to build a grid by themselves. So we need partnerships. We need to bring the money together. We need to bring the World Bank and other banks more in the situation that they are able to build a grid for energy, that they help the countries to have the right laws so that private sector is able to invest in renewable energy and knows that they get money for it back then. So bringing that together, it's easier to say than to do, because the vulnerable countries are not able to invest themselves in that. They are sitting with they have the threat of adaptation to what is affecting them. So bringing that better together, I think that is something really important. So don't underestimate how important the political scene and the framework is.
Commissioner, I know you did have something to say, but I would love to give the audience a chance to ask some questions, because we only have 3 minutes. So if you have a question, now is your time. We've got one there.
I'm Lydia Pereira, I'm a member of the European Parliament, and I have been recently head of the delegation on behalf of the Parliament at COP29, where I teamed up with Commissioner Hoekstra. I was listening to all the comments, and I'm really concerned with the word multilateralism, because I'm afraid that in the next COP30, which will be as well an historical event, that we might fear the absence of some countries. So I would like to hear your reflection on whether we can still rely on multilateralism to address climate change, because to be very frank, what we see at the moment in Europe is that very clear from the voters. Alone we cannot fight climate change. We really need to mobilize our efforts across the globe to deliver. So this would be my question to the audience, to the speakers.
I would love to hear what Senator Whitehouse has to say about that.
I mean, multilateralism on its own is not necessarily going to be successful. You can get a lot of people in the room and they can reach an agreement and emissions continue to go up. The one thing that is left, I believe, that can really change the trajectory is the EU CBAM. And that is pretty multilateral, because the EU had to get together and agree to do it. The UK agreed to join. Australia's in negotiations. If we're mean enough to the Canadians, they might jump on too. So there is a way to build the economic signal in that gets us onto a pathway to climate safety, even if Donald Trump is denying climate change. And as John pointed out, who, by the way, is probably the single human on the planet who has done the most to address this problem. That's an applause line. The governors and the states are going to continue to do this. If California is the 5th biggest economy in the world, throw in Illinois, New York, Pennsylvania, Michigan, you can create group of states in America that, by working together, can set standards for emissions and for disclosures and for pushing back on fossil fuel industry lies that actually drown out the absence of the federal government. So I'm less worried about multilateralism than I am about the absence of a proper economic signal. The free-to-pollute business model that the fossil fuel industry has defended with immense amounts of corruption is at the heart of the problem, and the sooner we get rid of the free-to-pollute business model, the quicker we get onto a pathway to climate safety.
And so with 15 seconds left, thank you, Senator Whitehouse. I remind you what our question was. From ashes to action, can there be climate cooperation in a multipolar world? Said another way, can we rewrite this story? I think the answers we have here say we definitely can. So Prime Minister Rabuka, Federal Minister Schulze, Commissioner Hoekstra, and Senator Whitehouse, thank you so much for your company, and thank you all for your attention.
And that's a wrap for the first day of the Munich Security Conference 2025. Thanks for watching BR24 Live. We will be back tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. sharp. My name is Dominik Pasic. Good night and Godspeed.